housing density right at transit with over 400 units and reduced parking so that we're not taxing the roadways. And then finally, I know this isn't the purview of this board, but we've agreed to a minimum of 15% affordable housing. We have a pending application with the city to increase that percentage to 33%, including 5% of the units at 30% AMI. So, it's exciting as a developer to be able to deliver a project that's both contextually sensitive and loaded with community benefits. And we're proud that after 25 years of working on this site, we believe we've come up with a recipe that works. Not every proposal will satisfy every constituent, and we know that, but we hope you'll find that this one presents an excellent opportunity to improve a historic district by building a compatible project that will actually increase the long-term health of that commercial core of the historic district through great planning, retail activation, active park spaces, and inclusion of a socioeconomically more diverse segment of our population that's been left out of this and many other metro-centric communities of the region for a very long time. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Fede from Moya Design Group, and he'll walk you through the details of the project, and then Gabrielle will continue beyond that on the landscape features. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. My name is Federico Olivera Sala, Design Principal at Moya Design Partners. As Evan said, we had thought about this site for quite some time, and we took a deliberate design approach to get the bus loop out of the view and the nuisance and the noise aspects of that away from the community. So we purposely located the building in the center of the site where we can create a big buffer as park between our building and the neighborhood, and use our building as a buffer for the loop, the bus loop, and the WMATA operations. So with that, we basically turn our building inward and try to use the building as a shield for all the uses that are somewhat noise generating, like loading and servicing and garage entrances that are all inward to the project, that you don't see pretty much any entrances from the outside. So if you can go to the next one, and I can just talk about how we came up with the massing. So as Evan said, it's basically a shape of a 9, but without doing, we're doing some subtraction and additions to that massing. We were able to break down the massing, create activation in the roofline by generating different heights, and breaking the building into 2 major vernaculars that not only have an architectural expression, but also serves different functions as or roles in the site. So if you see in the number 2 image there, we created a big depression in the center. So we create sort of a V-shaped building to the right of the composition that faces the plaza, and sort of an O-shaped building to the left. So with that, we use two type of vernaculars or architectural approach as far as facades and treatment that denotes sort of a function that, for example, on the V-shaped building on the metro side, the building feels more formal as it presides the open space, that it's more public, and then the left side is more in relationship to the park and tries to be more background. So the main actor in that scene is the park. So with introduction of pavilion elements and smaller scale elements to break down the massing and relate to small structures around the site. As you can see in image number 4, that's the final result that creates different roofline heights, different massings, and elements of articulation that go around the building that deals with relationships with what's the immediate context. If we can go to the next one. This is a view, it's an aerial view sort of up high from Metro tracks, but you can see the first approach as the Metro Plaza, and the building, the choices of color were delivered as well to create the differentiation of those two vernaculars. And as you can see, the Metro Plaza is presided by the building that is sort of on the reddish earth tones for the most part. And that's in relationship to all the new buildings that have happened in the as the development of Tacoma's surroundings of the metro stop. Like you have the building that is under construction and the building across from us. So those sort of create its own space that all talk sort of in the same language. And as you move, can you go to the next one, please? As the building rotates, the building starts uh, just pushing away from the curve and opening more and creating a much bigger buffer where the relationship with the buildings uh, are more to the park and then to the houses. So we use that main space as a buffer, but within that we use um, um, colors that are seen in the immediate area, like the Starbucks building has those black and sort of tan colors, and the church has gray tones as well along Cedar Street. And there are many examples in the area that use those tones, but also we carefully selected those tones so they are somewhat neutral, where we can let the park be the main character of the space, and the building serves as a background to it. If you can go to the next one, please. This is a view from um, across the street from the main relationship with the single family houses. As you can see, the tightest point, as Evan said, is about 125 feet from that little corner. And the building uses, at this location, uses elements that has that provides depth to the building, sort of in relationship with those porches of the single family houses and projected eaves. So it creates a depth that has opportunities for entrances or balconies. And as you see the building turn into the bus loop where the actual currently today is the entrance of the bus loop, you see those elements continue to go around the building, but takes a different sort of role in terms of dealing with scale. This portion of the building to the side facing similar scale buildings as the apartment buildings to the left. And then we continue to rotate the building. In the next one, you will see that those elements continue to go around the building, marching along. But in this case, they sort of play with the speed of the train or the sequence of the train wagons, if you will. So in a way, we're using the same element with the same scale, but to tackle different relationships in the immediate context. Next one, please. Um, One of the key ingredients in this building is the retail, but also have a deep understanding of the pedestrian experience. So what we did is we looked throughout the area, the immediate context, and we looked at the retails that are being provided are existent. So we carefully looked at them and find stripe lines that sort of represents a little bit of each one of those into our building. So when we design our storefronts, we use those stripe lines to sort of create an homage to the existing retail that there is today. So you can see in this image, the first retail storefront is ours, and the other ones that follow to the right are sprinkled throughout the area. And next one, please. And now that these are more photorealistic renderings, but you can see that the building, the V-shaped building that presides the plaza and its immediate context, it's similar in height and color and fenestration as well. So we wanted to define that space in similar architecture in terms of tones, scale, and the way they sit and preside the space. Next one. This is the pedestrian view as you come right under the underpass, or let's say you walk out of the metro, and this is how you get received by the project. I mean, as we hope that it's going to be a predominantly retail and a lot of activity at the first floor, with people can either grab a lunch or have a coffee on the way to metro. And we think it could be a gathering space for a lot of activities from the surrounding neighborhood. Next one. This is a view from our main entrance and the cut through that goes under the building that serves as a um, connection to that internal open courtyard that harbors a lot of other uses, such as loading, parking, bike parking, retail loading, and some table seating for the retail and for an outdoor spill area from our amenities. Next one, please. This is a good example that this image sort of captures the essence of how we dealt with the massing, the animation of the roof line, how we scale down the project from from left to right, and how we use um, setbacks and roof lines to create variety in the massing, as well as articulation to relate to smaller scale buildings. Next one. And this is a detail of the how we access to loading, bike entrance, and loading for retail and residential. As you can see, we go under the building. We have a drop off for the main lobby, but also we try to make a space that is also multimodal. So we sort of create a WUNERF or like a hardscape plaza within our building, where we think that this is going to be a vibrant space for our residents and people that may want to use this as a cut through to go to metro. Uh, um, as you can see there, we have the garage entrance. We have loading for the residential to the right side and loading for the retail to the left side. And then we have two small areas that can allow for outdoor seating, either for retail or for our residents. And now I'll hand it to Gabby, that she's going to talk about landscape. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Gabriela Cañamar Clark, and I am a partner with Land Design, and we're excited to be landscape architects for the project. If you don't mind putting us back to slide number 7 for a moment, where the overall illustrative plan can be referred to from the landscape standpoint. And I'll speak briefly about this. Thank you. As Fede and Evan already stated, we are fortunate to have a consolidated open space in the form of basically and approximately what exists today. So the triangular space along Eastern Avenue, it's about, and together with the plaza, which also has green components, it's about 1.7 acres, which is about equivalent to what exists out today, out there between the bus loop and Eastern Avenue. So as far as scale comparison, it's a very comparable scale. And at the same time, we're adding, obviously, the programming that the current area does not have. The portions of the streetscape starting from Eastern Avenue, we're also adding we have the opportunity to add street trees that do not exist out there today because the sidewalk was built before DOT current standards were put in place. And so that we believe that in addition to that buffering that Fede was talking about, the street trees will provide that sort of pedestrian safety and continuity and more consistent sort of streetscape that reflects the character from what's across the street and the single family homes. There are 4 heritage trees located on site. One of which is currently located in the future courtyard, which is that gray space, the kind of the drop-off zone in the V-shaped building. And our client has committed to relocate that heritage tree to a location within the park area, and right now it's highlighted on that large dot on the triangular piece of the park. And we will work with an arborist to make sure that the location is appropriate so that we don't disturb critical root zones and other pertinent qualities of the surrounding trees, which we are trying to preserve. The other 2 heritage trees, one is on the retail plaza and is the largest tree that is across the street from the metro stop. And the other 2 are flanking the entrance to the project from Eastern Avenue. Those become kind of sort of anchors of the space. There are also a number of special trees, which are also depicted on the retail plaza, which will add character and vitality and greenery and animation and shade to that experience. Another key component of our approach is the grade elevation changes is pretty dramatic from the corner of Carroll and Cedar as we move northward on the project. The site slopes down severely. And so we're taking advantage of that grade elevation change to create placemaking features and to also provide ADA access through the site. So there is a continuous path either from Eastern or Cedar towards the metro station or around the back through the bus loop that meets all ADA standards as universal design features for bikers and pedestrians as well. We do have the approach to the park is still conceptual in nature, but we're taking advantage of the black top that exists today is a flat blacktop, obviously as a parking lot, so it's about a 2% cross slope max. So that's where the kind of the big lawn gathering space is proposed, again, taking advantage of the existing condition. We had a very nice discussion with the Department of Parks and Recreation about a couple of weeks ago, where we discussed ways to continue to ideate a more complete vision for what the park amenities can be for the neighborhood, and then tie in elements of nature, within that program. So that was a very fruitful discussion, and we'll continue to work with Parks and Recreation to support and to work with us on this vision. From the stormwater management side, we do have the site takes care of itself, and there are several stormwater areas. Some of them are located in the courtyard. Some of them are located on the eastern side alongside of the edge of the building facing the park. And some of them are located on that parcel to the north of the curb cut access to the site. And then some of them are also capturing some of the WMATA bus loop runoff as well. If you can advance back to page or slide 40 or 39. Actually, 45, please, if you don't mind. There you go. Getting into a little before, the one before, please. Thank you. Like Fede was talking about, the courtyard will be a vibrant space where, and it's also a working space, right? It's a Wooner style space where loading and access to the building will happen. There will be a pedestrian accessible path that is clearly defined by the paving patterns and their signage that will take people, either residents from the building or neighbors from across the street or the other side of the building through the space to the metro station. It would also incorporate areas of stormwater management. There will be bike parking, and it will be also amenitized by part of that retail and lobby activities that Fede and Evan were talking about. We're also studying with the ownership group the ways to incorporate public art throughout the building, and it seems prime space for some of these loading spaces and blank walls to be activated via public art. And that what's shown here is just a character image of what could become, and it will be further studied. Next, please. This is the actual breezeway that connects the entrance from Eastern Avenue. Oh, I'm sorry, from Cedar. From Cedar into the courtyard. And the idea is to animate, create another opportunities for public art. This very puzzling and bustling space where people will get dropped off. There will be a retail opportunity to help activate and be in the shade, in the cool shade in hot summers here in DC. And then the lobby space to the east of or to the right of the picture, that is the activity for the residents, will communicate to each other. So we see this a very vibrant space, and then out in the blue sky in the background, that will be the metro activity happening over on the train tracks. Next, please. This is a corner, and I'm glad we're showing this view. This is towards the corner of Carroll and Cedar, and as you can see, I was talking about the grade elevation changes through the site. This is a high point of the site, and we're using that as a threshold or as a starting point of our plaza or a park experience in the more urban retail supportive manner. We're going to work with the city arborist to make sure that this heritage tree in the distance and the 3 special trees are dealt with in a careful manner, so they can be incorporated into this approach where we can have a series of terraces so people can gather and enjoy the space. We have, I believe, cleverly tied the contours and the elevation changes from Cedar to Carroll so that there is always an accessible route into the space and an easy route for pedestrians and people with mobility impairment to get in and about the space. And then, as you can see, the retail that is amenitized by all the market that Evan talked about and all the retail tenants that are soon to follow. Next, please. And then lastly, the park itself, we envision this lawn space that, as I said, it currently is proposed where the current blacktop is, to have elements of nature that tie to a large stormwater management area that you can see with all the plants in the background. Where possible, enhance the existing canopy, retain all of the existing canopy within that area, and enhance as much as possible where we can without affecting the critical root zones of the existing trees, and then provide access to spaces of recreation, passive and active, for people of all ages in the community. And this is just a character image of interactive feature that could potentially be evolve into something that we can work with the Department of Public Recreation to finesse. And I believe I've covered all the points that we wanted to cover. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Great. Thank you, Gabby. That completes our presentation. We're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Before we take questions from the board, we will hear staff's presentation, then we'll come back to questions.
Okay, good morning. This is Steve Colcott. Just to, I'm glad the applicants went first because they've given you a full presentation of the proposal, so I won't summarize any of that from the staff report. But in terms of our evaluation, the Historic Preservation Office believes that a building of this size and in this location can certainly be compatible with the character of the Tacoma Park Historic District, particularly with the open spaces that the applicants are providing, the proposed setbacks and open spaces that provide a slight offset from the surrounding blocks. As we've been working with the applicants over the past several months, we've encouraged them to consider the design principles that the board has often cited in its review of larger projects where they've been inserted into existing historic contexts as to how to compatibly relate those larger projects to surrounding contexts. These include things like breaking down the height and the massing of the building into smaller component parts to relate that building to the smaller scale of historic buildings, providing the building with a variety of heights and roof lines, focusing on the base of the building, how it meets the ground, and ensuring that the scale of first floors and retail storefronts relate to the scale of those same features in historic buildings. And then considering how materials, colors, and detailing can relate in a contemporary way, obviously this is new construction, to the historic buildings in the surrounding district. As the design team has already shared with you, they've made a number of revisions since the project was initially submitted. They've talked you through how the projections, as you see in this elevation facing the park, these vertical white projections on the building, creating a sequence. Let me go to a different image. Here on the right, how those vertical projections help break the building down into a smaller scale. At our recommendation, they revise some of the other elevations to consider this, repeat this same cadence of smaller scaled elements to break down the elevations facing Eastern Avenue and to the metro station. In one of the earliest moves they made, they lowered the height of the building on this elevation facing the public park to prevent a break to provide a break in the roof line of the building with the upper two floors set back. Uh, uh, as they talked through, the retail storefronts were carefully studied and revised to break those down into smaller component parts that provided things like canopies, sign bands, and transoms to take a large contemporary retail storefront, but to break it down into components that help scale it to the scale of historic buildings. We do have a couple of suggestions for the project. They're largely architectural rather than fundamental sort of height and massing revisions. For the building on the right-hand side in this image, the sort of O-shaped building or the rectangular building with the courtyard in the center, we think from a height and massing standpoint, this is very successful at how it's broken down into the component parts. The one aspect of this that we question is the use of color, is the sort of very sharply contrasting black and white color. This is a very contemporary vocabulary. It's very much of its time. However, the aesthetic is a very contemporary one, a very cool industrial vocabulary that is very different from the warm earth-toned colors that are found in the historic district. And we're wondering whether or not further study of the use of color on this could help enhance its relationship with the historic district. Um, uh, for the L-shaped building or the V-shaped building on the left-hand side in this image, there are a few compositional changes that we're recommending the applicant study. Let me find a better image. Again, the use of the sort of a big white box for the upper portion of the building, floating above what appear as sort of thin pilotis on the first floor, is a very contemporary vocabulary, actually sort of a mid-century, 20th century modernist vocabulary. That we question whether or not that's the best choice for this location. We're certainly cognitive that the applicants want to have a strong, almost civic building for this major face of the building facing onto the plaza. But we find the vocabulary here to be a little foreign to the historic district and emphasizes the size of the building in a location where, again, we think that breaking the building down into smaller component parts and not emphasizing its size might help relate it better to the character of the historic district. So, for instance, either eliminating the sort of white encircling box around this and thinking about how masonry could be used to unite the first floor of the building with the upper floors, grounding the building in a stronger way. Perhaps having a slightly more animated roof line to the building could help break the size and massing of this down in a way that would relate it better to the character of the historic district. So, and then I guess a second piece to that is looking at here whether the corner tower element, the white element at the crux of the V, whether or not that could be widened a little bit on the Cedar Street elevation and made a little bit more of a signature piece, again to provide a little bit more variety and breaking down this building into the smaller component parts that we've talked about. So those are our recommendations for the board's consideration. But as I said, and for the reasons that I think Evan hit on during his presentation, we think that a building of this height and size can be certainly very compatible with the character of the historic district. This is a critical location in the historic district that has the potential to revitalize the surrounding commercial corridor and add to its vitality. So we are recommending general approval of the concept, but with further study of the aspects that we've hit on.
Steve, if you could just elaborate a little bit more, just because 7 stories struck me as not particularly compatible with the historic district, but you've indicated that you think that it is. Is it because this is at the edge? Strictly because of the setbacks that you find it appropriate?
Certainly, those are aspects of it. Yes, that it's a very large site, and with the setbacks that are being provided, and the variety in height and mass that is being provided, and the additional variety that the staff is suggesting, perhaps again on this V-shaped piece, de-emphasizing the height by helping lower the roof lines, providing greater variety to the roof lines. Again, if the white box was removed and that top floor was simply expressed as a series of bays against the sky, we think that would help lower the apparent roof line of the building. In the same way that the portion of the building on the right-hand side uses the bays to help lower the apparent height of the building and provide transitions between the ultimate 7 stories, but then stepping down to 5 stories and 4 stories with the use of those projections. So we think with some further study that can be improved for this V-shaped portion of the building. But again, I think that there are a lot of 4- and 5-story buildings that are surrounding this site, and the board has reviewed over the past several years and are now under construction and coming to fruition. And 5 stories, stepping up to 7 stories on a large site like this, adjacent to the metro station, we think can provide some variety to the historic district and create kind of a center for the commercial area that enhances the overall whole, even though it is clearly larger than the historic buildings and some of the new construction projects around it.
Okay, thank you. To the applicant, a couple of questions, and I'll ask, I'm sure other board members have questions as well. We've lots and lots of letters here, but none from the ANC, and I didn't see any mention in your presentation of ANC engagement. What's been your process of community engagement?
Sure. Thank you. This is Evan Goldman. I'm happy to answer that question. Yeah, we've held numerous community meetings. We have a letter of support from the ANC that went to the zoning commission last summer or maybe last fall. So that may not have made it over to you, but yeah, they did support it unanimously. And what was fantastic about the process was the ANC is very focused on solving some of the racial equity issues we have as a region. And so the large amount of affordable housing, the reduction in parking, the fact that the units are right at the metro, and the retail as well as the park were all major issues that they reviewed as part of our process with them. I think we've probably had at least 12 to 15 community meetings, that some of them were done online as individual sessions. Actually, most of the meetings were online, but some were done as online sessions that we hosted. Some were done as part of the ANC outreach. We met with the Housing Justice Committee. We met with a group of residents who, quite frankly, you probably got letters from, who are opposed to the project. And we understand that there is there's always a nervousness around change, but at the same time, there's a reason in this region that we have a housing crisis, and it's because there's nervousness. And what this project does by reducing parking dramatically, it solves some of the traffic issues that people were initially concerned about. This project has almost the same amount of parking that we had originally proposed in our 200-unit building 5 years ago. The park is much better. And on every single project, there needs to be a little bit of compromise. And so, we are excited to say that we have a lot of supporters as well in the community, and quite frankly, a lot of supporters from the ANC, which is the DC-based organization that obviously has great weight in this process.
And I might just add one thing to that, Evan. So the last presentation we made to ANC 4B was at their meeting on May 22nd. And at that meeting, our SMD noted that this was either the 11th or 12th presentation that EYA has made to the ANC. And so there's been significant dialogue on this, certainly with the ANC 4B. And as Evan mentioned, they have submitted a letter to the Zoning Commission for this case. We didn't state this at the beginning as well. Our presentation before the Zoning Commission is scheduled for June 15th.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple other questions, but I'll come back to them. Are there questions that other board members have?
Chair Heath, just related to your question about the ANC, I wonder if the applicants could talk about the communication and conversations they've had with Historic Tacoma, because I know they're a very active group, and usually they participate in the ANC activities and reviews. But if you could summarize what your conversations have been so far and what you've heard from them, that would be helpful to us.
Great question, and Paul, you can help with this as well. So there were members of Historic Tacoma in some of the ANC meetings, and also as well as in some of the meetings we've had that were just general public information sessions. And so we did get questions from members of Historic Tacoma about the project. We understand their concern about height and unit count. We understand that, but the comprehensive plan for the site recommends essentially what we're proposing. And with the shortage of housing in this area and affordable housing in this area, it's really critical when we have the opportunity to provide housing at transit to do that. And I think what I would say, we started our community outreach process about 1.5 years ago, and we had prior to this never got all the way through to HPRB, but we had a design for the building that left the bus loop where it was, left the park where it was, and put a 200-unit to 220-unit building on the asphalt parking lot on the eastern side of the site, western side of the site. That building was much closer to Eastern Avenue. It was more urban in style, so it came right up to the sidewalk on Eastern. And it also was similar heights. It stepped up, so you could say it was a 7-story building, but it was really stepping up at the grade. It had no retail. It had a WMATA parking garage essentially on the ground floor that was open air, and then the building levitated above that garage. And while that was the best we could do at the time, 5 to 6 years ago, because WMATA wasn't open to moving the bus loop at that time, it wasn't a great solution for anyone, quite frankly. And so when we started meeting again last year about this project, what we noticed was a whole lot of people who had been nervous about the project before were much more calm about the project now. And it's largely because of the setbacks we've designed, the retail amenities we're giving, the fact that the ANC is extraordinarily interested in affordable housing, and I'm sure they will testify at the Zoning Commission next month. And we created these really cool section diagrams that are in our PUD submission, and they actually show the setback from Eastern Avenue, from the single-family homes across the street, our old design versus the new design. And while the old design was slightly shorter, in reality, it wasn't, because it came so much closer to Eastern Avenue that by the time you get to our first facade fronting towards Eastern Avenue, that white facade that you're seeing in this image right here, you're actually slightly lower than where our building was in the old design. And that's because instead of filling the whole space with a building and getting rid of all that space up until Eastern, we've created this very large setback from Eastern Avenue as I said before, as a scenic vista for the residents across the street. And we also are preserving the trees that would have come down and allow that that buffer. So at the same time, we're moving a nuisance, the buses, away from residents, and we're creating this big buffer. And we are proud to be able to say we're delivering a lot of units. We know that makes many people nervous, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with being nervous. It's our job to deliver a gorgeous building. It's our job to do everything we've said we're going to do for the community. It's our job to deliver affordable housing, to create a beautiful park that's engaging. And our sense is when this project is open in 2 years, people will actually love it and feel like it adds vibrancy to the historic district and helps support the businesses in the area. We did get a letter of support from the local business organization that represents the businesses in the historic Tacoma district, because they recognize the benefit of having additional retail of this scale and this park space, this vibrant park space in the center of the district. So that was really exciting as well. But as I said, we would love to have the historic Tacoma folks as supporters. I think we're realistic in recognizing that probably will not happen.
Evan, can I maybe add one thing too? Is knowing that a large number of the historic Tacoma members are residents of Tacoma Park, Maryland. Would you like to talk about too the discussion, the engagement you had with the political leaders on the other side of Eastern Avenue, the Tacoma Park political leaders as well?
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, as part of this process, we have been doing engagement with the Ward 1 City of Tacoma Park council member, who has been fantastic, and she's actually just scheduled another community meeting for us in the next week. She's been, I think she would even say she ran a campaign last year when she was elected, being openly supportive of this proposal, and she won. And she's been a fantastic resource. We have met with Kate Stewart, who was the council member is the council member for Montgomery County's council for this district. And so she's very aware of the project. And we have also met with our own council member, the Ward 4 council member for DC, who loves the provision of affordable housing, and she wrote a letter of support as well. So both on the DC and the Montgomery County side, we've been engaging with the political leaders on this project and making sure that they're fully aware, fully up to speed, and that we were addressing their concerns as part of this project.
Gretchen, did you have any follow-ups?
I just had one very specific question about the proposed heritage tree the heritage tree that's proposed to be moved. If you knew the size of it and the species of it.
Gabby, you know that answer?
Actually, not from the top of my head. There's so many trees on site. I can probably just, if we give me a minute as with the meeting continues, I can probably just bring that up.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Because I'm circumspect about the feasibility of moving a large existing heritage tree well established, especially considering the range of species that might be there from what I've seen on the site. So I just wonder about that.
I'm not sure whether this is another question for Gabriella or the architect, but it was Gabriella who I believe talked about the deep change in terrain across the site. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what that difference is across the site and how the architecture might have taken advantage of that. Is that where the stepping occurs, or I'm just wondering, because this is a really big building, and if there is, some way that you can take advantage of a difference in terrain to begin to increase stepping to begin to create the appearance that this building is smaller, there could be some advantage to that. So you just talk about that a little bit.
If I may, I speak to from the side perspective, from this point of view in this slide, and Fede, maybe you can support or add to some of these thoughts from the architectural perspective.
Yes.
So this view is helpful because on the bottom left, you see the corner of Cedar and Carroll. And that is the highest point of the site. I believe we are at 78. There's a contour, if I remember correctly. I don't have the grading plan in front of me. It's about 8 feet, 10 feet from the corner where that gray car is to where the retail and the corner, right, and the V shape, like where the white corner is, that is at about contour 70. So we do have about 8 feet, and you see those kind of a wood deck areas where the trees are. The idea is that we begin to transition with an overbuilt structure that allows to preserve the trees and then begins to sort of descend in a manner that it is inviting from the corner as a threshold and as a way to invite people into that retail space, which sits below from the existing elevation of the corner. So we're already a good 8 feet, say 7-8 feet below the existing grade. So that starts to address some of the scale and of course accessibility. The trees and the heritage tree or the special trees are depicted on the picture on the left hand side of this image, and then you see the green space right between the two is it's this that's the critical root zone for the heritage tree on that plaza. So we felt like an approach like this where we have a fair amount of hardscape area for people to sort of circulate and mingle about and then access the retail and be open and inviting between the bottom of the canopy and the finished floor elevation, what allows this retail to be vibrant, even though it is much lower than the corner elevation. And then as the site continues northwardly, page right, then it starts to then the building starts to emerge, so to speak, from sort of that elevation, from that level. I don't know if that makes any sense. Fede, would you like to add something to what I just described?
Yes, sure. As Gabby said, the building is sort of sunken into the site, almost about a floor, fully about a floor down. The Metro Plaza, as Gabby said, is about 8 feet below the curb line. So when you match the buildings all across the street, they are somewhat compatible in terms of height. Not that this building will stick out as an eyesore. And then the site continues to drop to the back of the new entrance for the bus loop. And that also creates opportunity to building touch the ground and have access to the underground parking to the lowest level that is almost fully below grade. So we tier the building to sort of match the grade. So you can see the building is sort of cascading down from left to right. I don't know if that addresses your question.
Yeah, I mean, this view is probably the best one that I've seen that does start to represent that. I just wanted to get you to speak a little bit more just to confirm what we're seeing in terms of stepping here.
Marnik, I'll add one thing. This is Evan. What's interesting is we initially, in this view is the perfect view to see it. If you see the green roof on the far right of the building, initially that white portion, the overbuild, those two levels, came all the way to the gray portion. It was a solid bar there, essentially. And while some of the members who wrote letters in opposition, we did meet with them, and they wanted us to remove floors and reduce height. So the whole reason that setback exists, where we got rid of the units running along that whole frontage there for those two levels, was to reduce the appearance of the building from a pedestrian scale if you're on the sidewalk on Eastern Avenue, where the residents were most sensitive to the height. And so instead of that appearing like a 7-story building in that location, and this obviously we're up in the air looking at the building, so you're seeing the whole 3D feel of it as if you were in the sky. But if you were down on the sidewalk level on Eastern, you would see the 5 levels of the building, the white pieces and the gray background from Eastern, and that other white portion is set back. My guess is it's probably 30 feet from the building cornice, so that those two levels kind of hide off into the background. So that was a move, one of the major moves we made as far to try to break up the massing of the buildings. And that was due to both grade as well as perception of what the building might feel like from Eastern. The site is, I believe it's 30 to 40 feet of grade from Eastern to the bus loop along that edge. So it is not an easy thing to deal with. You know, almost any building you were to site on this site would have a feeling along Eastern of being a larger building because of the natural grade sloping up towards wherever the building sits. But that's why we tried to break down these scales and then kind of march up the white brick, which will be more prominent because of how the sun hits white brick or white material. That will be more prominent facade that you would see, and the gray would kind of fall a little bit into the background and allow those smaller white elements then moving up to the middle white element and then the tallest white element as you get closest to towards the retail plaza. That was the thinking behind that.
Okay. And my last question is just if you could speak to how your concept, in your opinion, is designed to be compatible with the historic district. What are some of the things that you've considered in terms of materiality, scale, color, or, as Steve has pointed out, are you open to some of the things that he has addressed that could make the building more compatible?
Yeah, I'll answer that last part of it first, and then I'll have Fede chime in on some of the more detailed elements. We are 100% open to Steve's feedback and thoughts and changes. So he's been a great partner in this to date. He gives really excellent feedback, and some of the step backs you're seeing in the building are also based upon feedback we received from him already, and we will continue to do that, both color as well as scale. And the idea of reducing the feeling of the height along the retail plaza is something we are open to. So yes, we will do that, and we'll continue to work through that. Ideally, even before we get to the zoning commission in the next 2 weeks, it'd be great to kind of come to agreement on certain elements. As far as elements we really look to, we want to be part of we wanted this building to be a critical part of the historic part of the retail district. And so the lowering of the heights of the sign of I'd say the scale and the lowering of the scale at the retail base was really critical to make it blend in and feel similar to some of the retail elements that you see in Tacoma today. We want these will be taller ceiling heights because it's a more modern retail space. And so, but to recognize that, we lowered the awnings and the sign banner to a height that is more typical of what you'd see in a retail historic district, when retail might have had 12 or 14 feet of ceiling height instead of 20. Some of the colors were selected based upon our review of buildings in the historic Tacoma district, from the orangey reddish bricks to the you see this throughout the district. You see these beautiful old kind of grayish tone limestone buildings, and that was something we thought we could pick up with on the white colored bricks. And if that is not the right direction, if it needs to be a grayish color to match the limestone more, or a different material, not a different material but a different color, we can look at that too. Fede, I'll hand it to you, as you obviously are the master of the design of the building, and you may have other thoughts on the historic elements that we picked up on.
Thanks, Evan. As far as colors, and I think I mentioned it in my presentation, we looked at colors that are predominant in the area, and we wanted to make the building engage with the rest. So as you can see on the right, on the left portion of the building, or the V-shaped section of the building, has the most earthy red tones that are in straight dialogue with the buildings right across from them. So those buildings are, for us, they play a more formal role because they are sitting across from Metro, and now we're setting the stage for that Metro stop urban plaza to flourish and be framed with all buildings of similar scale and color. And as for the rest, I mean, those colors that we're using, I would say gray, white, and black, or dark tones, are not foreign to the area. We scouted the area, and we noticed that there are like a lot of examples that uses these tones. But not only that, we use those colors because they are part of the palette in the area, but also we purposely wanted to create a building that sort of blends into a background. So the park is the main character of the space that serves the buffer between our building and the houses across the street. So it was a deliberate decision that we use those stones. And we firmly believe that those stones are part of the texture that is around the area as well.
Okay. Thanks. Other questions from board members? We have quite a few people who have registered to speak, so we'll have an opportunity for questions now.
If I may interrupt for a minute, just I have an answer on the heritage tree question that it was previous to the architecture. It's a 33-inch willow oak. 33-inch in diameter, to be clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Right, then we'll proceed on to witness testimony. And I'm just going to proceed down my list. So this is not in any particular order, but we'll begin with Nina Falk. Is Nina Falk on the line?
Nina is on the line. I moved her over to be a panelist, so she should be able to unmute now.
Perfect. Thanks, Marva.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can, yes.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'll try to speak quickly. Living in harmony with others is one of the most important life lessons, if not the most important. And here, I'm a resident of Tacoma Park, Maryland, and we're right against the border here. And so this building will affect our life as it will affect the whole community. There are ways that this building could create harmony, more harmony than we see here. Specifically, I see that there's been a lot of effort to appear smaller, to make the building appear less massive. But the problem is, with this height, there's just so much you can do to, we're going to lose all that sunlight. It is massive. You can't get around it. It's too big. It's just too big by a few stories. As you said, most of the current buildings are 4 and 5 stories. And this building is much higher. Articulation, all the considerations that you've taken into account are good, the good direction, but there's nothing that can eliminate the huge size. It just needs to be scaled down. There are a couple of points that I heard the earlier speakers discuss that, there's a great need for housing. Well, if you live here, you can see how much housing is already going up. And I don't know that we need such a very large building. Housing is good near the metro. It's important. It's definitely important. It just needs to be scaled down. And the illusion of scaling down is not a substitute for the reality of it. It needs really to be scaled down. I like some of the suggestions that Steve made about reducing the big box design and how to make it a little more harmonious with the surrounding area. We in the historic district have very specific rules we have to follow to comply. And then this building comes in that is just, really in a different, very different planet. So honestly, I know there's a very short amount of time, just scale it down more. And this building is going to be there for a long time. Let's live in harmony with each other. That is the most important thing in life, individually or with countries. Let's make it just a little bit more compatible. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next person we have is Peter Fiden. Or Faden. Is Peter on the line?
Peter is on, and I've tried to manually unmute, and it's not allowing me to. Peter, can you unmute yourself so that you can testify?
I'm sorry. Okay, that should be it, right?
That did it, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this is Peter Fiden. I live on Eastern Avenue. I would like to start my testimony by asserting that I support development on the Metro property. Some may assume that opposing the project as now designed is simply a tactic for killing or delaying development altogether. I want to be clear that that is not my intent. Rather, it is my hope that my testimony and that of others will result in a better project. I do not support the development as proposed due to the volume, scale, and height of the structure. It stands in stark contrast to the built environment, residential, commercial, and mixed use of the neighborhood. The contrast is so stark that it will arguably be a permanent visual blight, no matter the attention to detail and facade. The site for years has been primed for redevelopment for a mixed-use project that, while large, would not be so large as to so blatantly contrast with the scale and character that works for the Tacoma neighborhood. A neighborhood that, notwithstanding the asset of a metro station, is still characterized by a narrow road network, a durable historic residential community, and neighborhood-oriented commercial development. I live directly across the street from the proposed project on the Maryland side of Eastern Avenue. This location is also directly across from where the building will be 90 feet tall, plus roof structures of up to 18 feet, bringing the total height to 108 feet. Others will speak to this visual conflict with the single-family homes, but I would rather talk to its incompatibility in terms of scale, massing, use of above-ground floor area, and aesthetic of the apartment buildings and mixed-use buildings that have been built in the immediate vicinity of the property over the last 2 decades. In support of my views that this proposed development is fully out of scale, I cataloged all the new construction along Carroll Avenue and Blair Road radiating out from the Metro site. This was submitted earlier to the HPRB. All of these structures are in the Tacoma Historic District. On Carroll Avenue, starting directly across Cedar Avenue from the proposed project, there are 3 buildings. The first is still under construction and is the site of a former 7-Eleven. This is followed by 235 Carroll Avenue and 255 Carroll, where Busboys and Poets is. The first 2 of these 3 buildings are 5 stories and the latter is 4 stories. On the opposite side of Carroll, starting at the underpass and also across the street from the project, is a 4-story building at 314 Carroll Avenue. This is followed by 2 Victorian homes that are being restored. Behind these houses are 2 5-story apartment buildings off of Vine Street, one of which is nearing completion. On the other side of the Metro underpass at 355 Cedar is a mixed-use project of 3 and 4 stories, which started the redevelopment of the area around the year 2000. Proceeding up Blair Road are 7035 Blair Road, the Gables building at 4 stories. Tucked behind and close by the rail line is Metro Village at 7053 Spring Street at 4 to 5 stories. This is the totality of what has been built in the historic district within 400 feet of the proposed project. What can we say about this development? Its scale, its style, and its use. First, none of these buildings exceed roughly 50 to 55 feet in height. Second, commensurate with height, stories are largely in the 4 to 5 story range. Third, where appropriate on Carroll Avenue, first floors are dedicated to neighborhood scale commercial space. Fourth, buildings are modest in volume, allowing for eclectic facades to largely complement each other rather than dominate. Fifth, and importantly, all but one of the buildings noted has built its parking underground, allowing for all above ground floor area to be used for higher value uses, including housing stock for this prime metro-enabled neighborhood. The proposed development shares none of these features. Its height is more than 50% greater than the tallest of the other recent buildings, as are the number of floors. Rather than building underground parking as others have done, we would be facing 1 to 2 levels of above ground parking. Instead of a building of moderate scale, which might still hold several hundred housing units, we are faced with a voluminous structure. For some context, the building would dwarf all of those at every metro station further from downtown than the New York Avenue station. And notwithstanding that virtually all of these other outlying stations have far more road capacity than the Tacoma station site. Closer to home, it would easily exceed the volume of any building going up at the Walter Reed site along a busy Georgia Avenue thoroughfare. To focus on
Mr. Fiden, if I could ask you to, I've given you well over your 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Provided for testimony. If I could ask you to just bring your statement to a close.
Okay, I just give you about 30 seconds. To focus on parking for a minute, the proposed project would not invest in putting its parking underground, unlike all others. The effects are twofold. First, 2 sides of the building will have 1 to 2 stories of unsightly parking at eye level. Second, every level of parking that is not underground meets 1 more story of height to attain the same quantity of residential gross square footage the development is proposing. Put simply, the building is 7 to 8 stories tall because it uses 1 to 2 stories for above ground parking. This is an outdated feature rarely seen for such a prized infill site. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry to go over my limit.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for him from the board? If not, the next person I'll ask to speak is Ellen Kurlansky. Ellen Kurlansky.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good morning. My name is Ellen Kurlansky. I live across the street from the proposed development at 202 Cedar Street Northwest in the District of Columbia. It's a 2-story, 202 Cedar Street is a 2-story house. It was built 115 years ago. It has, like the other old houses in the neighborhood, a wide front porch, and mine has a view of the trees and green space on the WMATA property. It's very pleasant to watch kids tossing frisbees and kicking soccer balls and playing with their dogs. But we know that the property will be developed, and there are good reasons for developing it. But we'd like to see it developed in a way that respects and even enhances the neighborhood. I appreciate that EYA has endeavored to save a bit of the green space and some of the trees. They also proposed to move a heritage tree, which we heard before, and that's no small undertaking. I give them credit for that, but I hope that tree survives. But beyond that, my family, my neighbors, and I are distressed by the size and design of this building. If ever there was a doubt in anyone's mind that we need an historic preservation review board, this proposed project provides an answer. The building would be in a very prominent location, and it's wildly out of character with the surrounding historic neighborhood. We need your help to help us protect our historic district. The proposed building is too big. Both the height and the mass are out of character with historic Tacoma. I believe the building would be the largest building in the historic district. There are several new buildings nearby that are planned, under construction, or recently opened with 3, 4, or 5 stories. But this one has 8, and it is 8 at the end of the building closest to me. The parking is above ground inside the building, as Peter just mentioned. One of the obvious improvements would be to place the parking underground and lower the overall height of the building. That's been done in nearby development projects. Why not this one? But even with that, the height and mass of this building would overwhelm not only the historic buildings in the neighborhood, but even the new buildings. Further, the character and design of the building, a sort of industrial big box decorated in orange, is not at all compatible with the historic district in the neighborhood. It's not just that it's too big, but also it appears that no effort has been made to adopt features that refer to the older buildings in the neighborhood. In other parts of DC, including in Tacoma Park, there are buildings that do just that. For example, the Gables near this building, where the developer intentionally borrowed elements from an historic building nearby. Another developer just across the street from this building is currently renovating 2 Victorian homes and incorporating them in the new building behind them. Why can't this developer make an effort to build something that respects the character of our neighborhood? So you're the Historic Preservation Review Board, and so I hope you understand my concern, because we need your help. Please preserve and protect the historic character of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Green. Is Ms. Green on the line? Let's see, I do see her. Just need to unmute.
Yeah, same issue. I'm not able to manually unmute Sarah Green. If you could unmute yourself.
They email to you with a code. Can you repeat it for me now, or do I say?
No, I can.
Sarah?
Sarah Green, if you can hear us.
Now can you hear me?
Yep, now we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Green, and I frequently testify in front of the board. I live in the historic district. As my testimony has said, I've been here 47 years, and I am a former chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B. And that's why I'd like to make it very clear. ANC 4B does not have great weight. They have not submitted anything. And there's a reason. It's telling. The reason is all of the discussions, all of the submissions they've made to the zoning commission and to others have all been about need for big buildings at metro stations, need for affordable housing. Zoning supports this, all of this stuff. None of it is about historic preservation, which many of the commissioners deride. None of it is about weights, about the design. They're not looking at the design of the building, and that really bothers me. I'm really pleased to hear Chair Heath's many questions about the compatibility and about clearly you understand your role here. And your role is to enforce the Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act of 1978 and to make sure the project is compatible. I'm really happy about all of these questions. The staff report is just doesn't seem that way. The staff report is just loaded with a lot of language about what the zoning is and how it's compatible with the zoning. And there's all this zoning stuff. And it just bothers me. I know that Steve has talked about that he's looked at the design and ways to improve the design. And I really appreciate that. But your role is just so different and so separate from the zoning commission. And the way we've always understood historic preservation, the zoning commission needs your guidance, not the reverse. And if you don't think the building is compatible, then the zoning commission has to accept that. So I know you know that. I just wanted to make that point because it's so important. The other issue is I agree with everybody who said it's just too big. Sticking these panels on is what it looks like, and the various elements that they've used to try to break this building down just don't. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. And saying it does not make it so. Last thing I wanted to say is that there is a reason why there is so much Maryland involvement. First of all, I think it affects Maryland residents in many ways a lot more than DC because of the way the site is located. But for those who don't know anything about the history of Tacoma Park was founded in like 1890 something by a man who didn't look at the DC line. He just drew he took the where the train station was, and he drew with a compass. He drew a circle around, and he said, okay, this is where people might walk, and this is how I'm going to build this community. And for a long time, the district line didn't make any difference to people. When I first moved into the neighborhood, my post office was in Maryland. So I will conclude. I can hear Chair Heath kind of coughing here. Attempts to distinguish between the DC and the Maryland input here, I think, are unfair. We are two historic districts that meet. We're flowing, we're seamless. And I hope you'll consider the impact on everyone here. Thank you for the opportunity. I value the time that you're putting into this.
Thank you, Ms. Green. The next person that we have registered is an ANC commissioner for the single member district 4B04, Evan Yates.
Yes, Chair Heath, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Greetings, commissioners. My name is Evan Yates. I'm the commissioner for single member district 4B04, formerly the commissioner for 4B01. This is my third term on ANC 4B, and while the number of my district has changed, this proposed project has been in my single member district for all of my terms. I also live adjoining to the project in the Tacoma Park Historic District. Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B has worked with the developer to engage in an extensive community process on this project that shapes the proposal you see before us. We've held more than 10 public meetings on this project, in addition to innumerable small groups and individual meetings. Our feedback and unanimous supportive resolutions have been focused on the planned unit development and zoning commission process because of the opportunity to deliver binding community benefits to our neighbors and constituents. But there is no doubt the proposal you see before you has been shaped by feedback from our community and our commission. Among the priorities for the commission have been delivering the maximum amount of affordable housing, particularly deeply affordable and family-sized housing, better conditions for pedestrians and transit users, increasing the buffer between the project and adjoining homes, including preserving heritage trees, permanent usable park space, mitigating pickup and drop-off and delivery impacts, reducing stormwater impacts on our community, and reconnecting and reknitting a continuous downtown for our bi-jurisdictional community. When considered in this perspective, this project succeeds and is substantially better than any proposal our community has seen before. It delivers 3 times as much affordable housing, more than twice as much space from neighboring homes, and twice as much park space as previous proposals. It incorporates a previously approved and supported project, the proposed bike station, as part of a comprehensive plan to improve conditions for vulnerable road users and transit patrons. It makes stormwater conditions better by replacing impervious surface parking lot with active stormwater management and provides a permanently accessible public park. As you can see in the letter from the Old Tacoma Business Association, it better connects our community main streets. As a neighbor of this project, I also wanted to provide some context on things that have been discussed in letters to the board around the current conditions of the site, even though they are mostly outside the purview of the board. First, with regards to the existing parking lot, in addition to being underutilized, it was never intended as a community parking lot. Tacoma successfully fought a 400-space commuter parking lot at this site, and until very recently, parking longer than 4 hours on the site was prohibited by WMATA. With regards to the park or green space, the space as it exists now is not a community space. It is not used for festivals or for playgrounds. No band can play there or an ice cream social can be held. I know, I tried to permit one. It is also not natural enough or far enough from traffic to allow children like mine to play freely. It is mostly a dog bathroom, unfortunately, and I'm excited about the opportunity to revitalize what the Tacoma Central District plans call our community village green. Finally, I want to draw the board's attention to the design feedback we did provide to the Zoning Commission, and it is within your purview that we encourage a strong placemaking element in the design as a welcome to our community for those arriving by transit, and encouraging the connection via the plaza and wayfinding to deliver the connection between our downtowns. This project continues the legacy of B.F. Gilbert, the founder of our community, in building a connection between DC and Maryland and driving new transit-oriented development. I appreciate the feedback of the HPO staff and encourage the further iterative process that the developer has engaged in so fully with us and the staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for him? If not, then we'll proceed on to the next person I have registered, who is Loretta Newman. And I see Ms. Newman's on. She'll just need to be unmuted. Getting a lot of feedback.
You were unmuted, and
yeah, I don't know if she muted herself again because of the feedback we were getting. She's on twice, which may be the source of the vibration.
Loretta, you appear to be unmuted.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying also.
You're going to need to mute one of your mics. You can't have both on.
I'm sorry, what?
It looks like you're on twice.
I muted one.
Okay, perfect. That should help.
How do I get off? Can you?
Are you on through your phone and your computer, or actually one of them went away?
Maybe.
Try again. You'll have to unmute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, still a lot of feedback.
How do I get? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Sorry. And
yeah, I don't know what to tell you. But every time you speak, we hear an echo of like a reverberating sound.
Right. So now.
Yep. Hear it again.
Start when I had the video on.
Doesn't help. It's not your video. It's in the audio. However you're connected.
You could close out everything, both things, and then call back in once.
Yeah. If you wanna try that, try disconnecting and calling back in.
Okay.
And we'll come back to you. I'm gonna keep moving and we'll come back to you.
I will go off.
Later.
I'll go off entirely and then log back.
Yes, I think let's try that. See if that helps. All right. See you in a bit. All right. So as we wait, we'll keep going. Chris Simpson. Is Chris Simpson on the line?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You have 3 minutes again to make your statement.
I think, is Loretta still there?
It doesn't sound like it because I don't hear her background noise.
Okay.
We'll come back to her.
Okie doke. All right. Well, good morning and thank you. My name is Christine Simpson and I live on Cedar Avenue in Tacoma Park, Maryland, about 2 blocks from the planned development. In my opinion, the building proposed by EYA to be located in the center of the Tacoma Historic District is incompatible in height, mass, and character with the surrounding multi-unit residences and single houses. At Cedar Street, the building with rooftop mechanicals is 94 feet tall. Across the street, the Arbor, formerly the 7-Eleven building, is only 55 feet. As the building continues along Eastern Avenue, it rises from 6 to 8 stories in order to accommodate 2 levels of above-ground parking. At that point, again with the rooftop mechanicals, the building will reach a whopping 105 feet. Unfortunately, the building here is at its closest point to the 2 to 3 story historic houses across narrow Eastern Avenue. I hope you will consider asking the developer to underground this parking to allow for a more compatibly sized structure. Could you also ask the developer to provide studies that better depict how the building actually relates in size to the Eastern Avenue houses? In the current drawings, they look like small factory buildings and appear bigger than they really are. The EYA building will be massive, nearly 500,000 square feet, far larger than any building in the historic district. I urge the board to require EYA to reduce this structure by as much as 20% to bring it in line more with the scale of surrounding buildings. One benefit of such a reduction would be to preserve more of the existing green space. While EYA is offering open space, much of it is paved. With more and more development in Tacoma, DC, true green space is becoming increasingly precious. I hope you will consider asking EYA to preserve more green space for the benefit of its new tenants and existing residents. I do want to be clear that I support the idea of housing close to public transportation, particularly when it includes affordable units as this one does. And I also welcome the small scale and I hope independent retailers along Carroll Avenue. But I do not believe these benefits trump the requirement that the developer propose a design that is aesthetically compatible with the historic area. Even a building with a contemporary design can and should harmonize with its neighbors. The staff in its report acknowledges that this site has long been recognized as an important gateway to the community. I agree. In fact, I believe that this development may well be seen as the flagship architectural statement for Tacoma Park as one arrives by train or bus. As such, I believe it deserves special heightened scrutiny by this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Simpson? All right. The next person I have is Ashley Flory.
All right. Can you hear me?
Can.
Great. So good morning. I am Ashley Flory, and I'm pleased to present a written statement for the record. This testimony is on behalf of Historic Tacoma Incorporated, which is the only organization that represents the historic districts in both Tacoma Park, DC, and Tacoma, Maryland. We feel that the proposed EYA building, with its box-like modernity and pasted-on cutouts, is grossly out of scale with its surroundings, lacking connection with the design and materials, and incompatible with the DC and Maryland historic districts. And the precedents, this is important, the precedents carefully set by HPRB for this area. The architectural facade does not respect any aspect of traditional Tacoma Park styles. Its overall elevational fragments creates a pasted-on look that's an attempt to mitigate the appearance of a giant box and triangle measuring 500,000 square feet, but it does not disguise the inappropriate massiveness of this building. To put compatibility in perspective with the most recent project approved for this area, 218 Cedar Street Northwest, the HPRB staff report emphasized the following qualities which are lacking in the proposal. The plan envisions the renewal, so this is speaking of 218 Cedar, the plan envisions the renewal of the area as a town center that draws inspiration from the area's historic character and village-like scale. The building is clearly contemporary in design, but achieves compatibility with the historic district through the use of brick and local stone in colors and of a scale that is characteristic of the historic district. The building's height and mass are consistent with the vision for this area outlined in the Tacoma Central District Small Area Plan and with recently built new construction projects, the many recently built new construction projects. The proposal is consistent with the goal to add more infill housing of a scale that is compatible with the existing character of the area. I mean, that's what everyone else has been saying. It's just so out of proportion. The historic areas of Old Carroll, our earliest commercial area in which this proposed building is located, is unique in many ways. Located on the DC in the historic district, the proposed building will be bordered by the historic district in Maryland. To find two contiguous historic districts in different jurisdictions is remarkable and reflects the intertwined relationship of DC and Maryland at the time of our earliest history. These feelings and associations are important to our joint history. Directly across the street, a major restoration effort is underway for three significant historic buildings on Carroll Street. Historic Tacoma worked with the developer to save and restore these important resources as part of our ongoing effort to preserve Old Carroll. If this structure is built as proposed, it will destroy the feelings and associations in our oldest commercial and residential area and adversely affect the district as a whole. This site in the heart of the historic district, surrounded on all sides by historic resources. It is, and always has been, a prominent gateway to the historic communities of Tacoma, DC, and Tacoma Park, Maryland. It's always been central to these communities. In this sense, it is unique among other metro stations. This is not just any metro stop. The development should reflect the character of this place, the style and scale of the surrounding area. It should be sympathetic to the surrounding areas, not just the past, but of the present. There's been significant development in Tacoma Park over the past years, and the pattern of development has been established by the HPRB at 4 to 5 floors. All of the other developers made design choices that made their buildings harmonize with the existing neighborhood. We want the building eventually constructed on this historically important site to welcome those disembarking from the metro into a special place. It should be indicative and reflective of the history and architectural styles of this area. When you arrive, you should know you are in Tacoma Park. Tacoma, DC, and Tacoma, Maryland are not urban. This is a small-scale community in both residential and commercial areas. The style of all new buildings should complement and reflect this distinctive site. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Flory. Are there any questions for her? All right, then I will keep going. Faith Wheeler is who I have next. And then hopefully we can hear from Loretta Newman. But Faith Wheeler, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Yes? Gretchen's nodding yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Heath and other members of the board for giving me this opportunity. I am a member of Historic Tacoma. I live in Tacoma, DC. Have lived here since 1978. I've worked on this project off and on as it comes up since 2001. I'm a former ANC for 12 years, and in that capacity worked occasionally on this project as it came up. I am thankful that we don't already have several big buildings. I know that a number of people in my neighborhood, our neighborhood, likes big buildings. If it were not for the Tacoma Park Historic District in DC and for HPRB, we could have buildings like this where the block where the busboys and poets is, across the street where Starbucks is and Torchinsky Funeral Home, where Willow Maple is now, elevation 314 to the dry cleaners, where the Gables and Cedar Crossing are now, where along 4th Street, where Tacoma Station Donut Run are now. We could have perhaps smaller versions of the same huge 8-story building where the Tacoma Theater is and Barracks across the street, Butternut and 4th. Thankfully, that is not the case. again, thank you, HPRB. Thank you for those who conceived of the Tacoma Park Historic District. I'm extremely appreciative of that. Nina Falk talked about the illusion of, and so did Steve, talk about scaling down, scaling down the appearance of this huge building. The answer is scale it down, really, in reality, not just try to change the illusion. Please, please, please make it look like it's Tacoma, not like Noma. We're not Noma, we are Tacoma. It is very, very different. You folks in HPRB have the responsibility of adhering to the historic preservation guidelines, as you know far better than I do. What does the purpose and use section of the District of Columbia municipal regulations say? It says, pertinent considerations about the relationship of a project to a historic district includes its compatibility with its immediate context. Compatible, dictionary definition, existing together in harmony. Where's the harmony with these other historic buildings that you have so well protected and kept in a historic scale? I see nothing. I don't see it. I've looked. I do not see it. This is nothing like anything I've seen before in Tacoma, within the historic district, outside the historic district. It looks like Noma, not anything like Tacoma. Evan Yates said there's never been another project proposal for this site with more park space. I beg to differ. In 2006, the Friends of Tacoma Transit proposed a building, an apartment building with 6 row houses on Eastern Avenue, an apartment building built on the parking lot, which in fact was initially proposed by Jim Graham, Councilmember Jim Graham, many years ago, in 2005 or so. And we did it. We presented an architectural drawing of an apartment building with lofts and quite a broad swath of park all along that block of Cedar Street, from Carroll to Eastern, with children's sculpture garden and all kinds of lovely programmed parts including places for civic celebrations and all that would really be an asset to this whole community, Tacoma, DC, and Tacoma Park, Maryland. We could have a beautiful, compatible with the other historic features of this community and a distinctive gateway to Tacoma to say you have arrived at a very special place that is unique, that is iconic, that respects its history. And I certainly hope that you, Historic Preservation Review Board members, can help us do that. I couldn't be more in favor of affordable housing, of climate change. I just guided the preparation of a climate change program for the Committee 100 of Federal City. I spent 6 months as chair of the, when I was
Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
I've given you about double the amount of time that you should have had.
Okay.
So if you could bring your statement to a close.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say and add that I have guided the design of the MBT trail. We spent about 6 months on it when I was chair of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, the ANC. All of those things are extremely important. We need to indeed bring more affordable housing. I wish we had more affordable units, deeply affordable, in this building, in a way scaled down building. I appreciate the work that the ANC has done on that score. development is extremely important. Thank you very much. I really look forward to a beautiful gateway that is compatible with the Tacoma Park Historic District. I appreciate the work of Historic Preservation Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have Miss Newman back. Try again. And
Right. Well, first, okay. Can you hear me?
yes, now we can. It's much better.
Yay! It took a bit, but I did it. Well, I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, of which I'm a former trustee and an active member of their Historic Preservation Subcommittee. But I live in Tacoma, DC, in the Historic District, about 3 blocks from Metro, so I'm very familiar with this. And it has a long history, as has been pointed out, going back to 1883 on the land that became Tacoma, DC, and Tacoma Park, Maryland. The neighborhoods grew, and in the mid-1970s, with the impending opening of the Metro rail station, the DC Office of Planning conducted a study of the area that led to substantial downzoning and designation of the heart of Tacoma, DC as an historic district. And I worked very hard on this. I have lived in Tacoma since 1973, and that just occurred to me. That's 50 years ago, and I was working on this site even then. In 2002, a controversial proposal, and it was EOIA for that one as well, for the Tacoma Metro Station led to a community developed small area plan approved by the DC Council to further control development around the site. While encouraging new development, it emphasized preserving the, and I quote, historic character and village-like scale of the area. As far as the current case goes, I'm concerned about the staff report, which calls it a 7-story mixed-use housing. It's really, as has been said before, it goes up to 8, and with the mechanicals and stuff on top, we're talking, 9 stories probably. And most of I have in my written statement, I said that most of them are 4 to 5 stories. But yesterday I walked around the whole area and I took my cell phone and I took pictures, and most of the buildings, including the one across the street from it, is 4 stories. And several major developments were 3 stories. The Douglas DeMol development between Willow and Maple is 3 stories, and that's a huge apartment complex. A couple of the new ones, all the new back are 4 stories. There are no 5-story ones that have been built yet. There are many underway, and there may be one that I'm missing that I don't know is going to be 5 stories, but at any rate, what I'm saying and stressing is that the height on this building is twice the size, twice what any of the other ones are. And especially if you're supposed to be judging on compatibility with the current historic district. The most historic apartment building in Tacoma is called the Watkins, and it's just on the other side of the metro, not even a half a block, maybe half a block. A wonderful brick building, and it's 3 stories. So something that's 7, 8, and 9 stories, that is not compatible with the historic district, and compatibility is your major test that you're supposed to rule on. And in fact, no other building is as massive as this one. Look at that. I'm glad you have that A at 103 picture up, because that was one when I first saw it, it just blew me to tears. I was so shocked at the monstrosity of it. It's so huge and sort of garish too, with the different colors and things. Where's the red brick that reflects Tacoma, or as Douglas DeMol's building is more of a tan brick, but it's brick. And I don't see that here. Maybe I'm missing something. And the very stark design and the modern materials do not reflect the character and charm of this historic district. And furthermore, the project will cause the destruction of most of the large park across from the entrance to the metro at Carroll and Cedar Street. A key part of the original design of the Tacoma Park Metro Station, and that was, I said 50 years ago, but actually it was originally started in the late 60s, It is the only open space of its size left in that entire area. And today we have surrounding it over 2,000 units that are already been built or in the process. So to say that Tacoma needs to absorb more housing, as somebody said, you look around, we have plenty of new housing in our area of apartments. Again, a much lower scale, size and smaller scale. But today there is this park when you come out of the entrance, the entrance from the metro, and it's a beautiful park. Okay, WMATA wouldn't call it a park, and they wouldn't let the community use it as a park. They could have, we requested it and they wouldn't do it, but that is, they could have had a deal with the DC Parks and Recreation to, run it as a park. DC Parks and Rec actually has such similar kinds of arrangements with the National Park Service on some of their parks. So there's no reason that couldn't have been done, but they didn't. But that park is there, and those trees are beautiful and massive. And again, I took pictures of it, but I can't show it to you, which I will ask you a question about showing things in the future. I said, under the purposes listed at the beginning of the DC Historic Landmark and Historic Protection Act, number 1 includes for protection and enhancement, quote, landscape features of landmarks and districts. And we hope that HPRB will include this aspect in evaluating the compatibility of the proposal and require the applicants to preserve the park, the whole park, not just a couple of the trees on the side, which is what they say they will do. And we have no guarantee that those trees will live through the destruction that's going to be caused by these buildings. They're literally taking up the whole park with that part of the building that's facing Cedar. I also want to point out something I had hoped to hear from Frances Phipps. She submitted testimony, and I looked on the list of the panelists, and she's not there because she submitted, and I hope you will read her testimony. It's brilliant. She is a planner herself, a developer, has restored many historic and just older buildings. And there are 3-part, I sent this to the members of the Historic Preservation Subcommittee of the Committee 100. They always review our statements. So I have the authorization to speak, and they approved it. Well, I also sent this. I said, I don't want to get into the level of detail that's already beautifully written in this testimony, but I want you to see it so you understand the situation.
Excuse me, Ms. Newman, I've given you well over your time as a community. I've given you well over your time as a community leader.
Okay, can I one thing from Frances that I would like to read about the height. It says, the height is incompatible with the goals of the Tacoma Small Area Plan and violates the guidelines for new construction in historic districts. Those are your guidelines from HPRB, which states, quote, typically, if a new building is more than 1 story higher or lower than existing buildings that are all the same height, it will be out of character. So these buildings are out of character, and it is not compatible with our historic district. Thank you very much for the time to speak.
Thank you. Is there somebody that I missed? Moira?
Those are, I believe, all of the speakers that I see who pre-registered.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a note from you.
I do see that Frances Phipps, who Loretta just mentioned, is on as a listening in.
Okay, but not registered to speak.
Not on the list I have now.
Okay, great. Okay, if you all could indulge me, this is a really, really long list of people who submitted letters, and we do like to acknowledge them so that people know that we saw them and read them. So please give me a bit of time to go through this. We received letters from Jennifer Saloma, Wabi Abudu, and Patricia Neal, Peter Fiden, who we heard from today, Jed Shine, Kate Bongiorno and Oren Schur, Kathleen and Harry Fulton, Megan Scribner, Allison Kahn, Michael Fenchman, Christine Owens and Sanford Newman, Lucinda Leach and Jeffrey McMillan, Judy Jaffe, John Kavanaugh, Christine Simpson, who we heard from today, Bill LaFergie, Christine Dobridge, Randy Gibson, Stephen Whitney, Karen McPherson and Peter Harden, Robin Broad, Barbara Whitney, Sharon and Vincent Broderick, Karen Fishman, single letter from 14 residents of the 500 block of Cedar Street, Peter Kovar, Gail and Chuck Red, Ashley Flory, who we heard from today, Steve Shapiro, Laura Delaney, Gillian Caldwell, Susan Strasser, David Reeser, and Irene Hutton, Bruce Kozarski, Miriam Sharpiro, I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, Sharon Wolchik, Daniel Mullally, Vivian Fong and Wendy Bell, Lisa Weber, Jennifer Martin, Roberta Hammond, Margot Cabell, Adriana Castillo, Sarah Mancall, Cheryl Court, who is the policy director for Coalition for Smarter Growth, Abby Beckel, Christy Sundberg, Laura Barclay, who is the executive director of Old Tacoma Business Association, Daniel Wagner, Julie Sweetland, Sarah Frazier, Liz Moderi, the Montgomery County executive, Mark Elrich, Loretta Newman, who we heard from today, representing Committee of 100 of the Federal City, Susan Page, a letter from Tacoma for All, Charlie Houghton, the Blair family, Jeff Bromagin, I think, Amanda Polk, James Colwell, and Allison Baker, Christian Bengert, Tanya Topolewski, Kevin Collins, John Lorenz, Zach Arnold, Sarah Green, who we heard from today, Dolores and Gregory Milmo, Catherine Tunis, Keats Kirsch, Arlene Montemarano, Rose Berman, Mary Joel Holland, Faith Wheeler, also heard from today, Catherine Treadwell, James Stalker, Kelly Vina, Ron Schechter, David Zielinski, Susan Scribner, Catherine Mack, Diane McEachern, Jill Gay, Beth Pissel Gorman, Pascal and Adriana Echeverry, Chantal Warzola, Sasha Kay, Ellen Kurlansky, who we heard from today, Mary Duru, Lucy Mikulak and Kulak Ergun. Apologies if I am misspelling these again. Jem Douglas, John Frizzle, Nina Falk, we heard from today, Francis Phipps, Deborah Jacobs, Michael Neufeld and Karen Levenbach, Karen and Layard Hart, Greg Gorman, John Cornwell, Jeffrey Luker, Carol Murmy, Gertrude Mergner, John Gorman, I might have said that, Linda Carlson, Sabrina Eaton, Roberta Hammond, Daniel Gubitz, Paul Batchelor, and Kathy Suris. So we've received a lot of letters, some in support, some in opposition. I just want to make sure that people understand that the board has received these and reviewed them. Now I will turn back to the applicant to allow you to respond to the testimony you heard.
Great, thank you. Again, this is Paul Tummins with Golson and Stores. I think we've heard a lot about the discussion with regards to compatibility, and I think we've presented our testimony today, and we also note that the staff report discussed its decision or determination that this project is compatible. And we believe, for the reasons that Mr. Oliveira Sala talked about, that we believe the height, the massing, the scale of this project is compatible. We believe that the 4 design principles that have been noted in the HPO staff report: 1, breaking the height and massing of the building into smaller component parts that relate to the scale of the buildings in the historic district. 2, providing the building with a variety of heights and roof lines. 3, focusing on the base of the building to ensure it is visually interesting at the pedestrian level and of a scale that relates to the historic district. And 4, considering how materials, colors, and detailing can relate to the building, rate the building to the character of the historic district. Applying those 4 design principles to this building that we are presenting, we believe does show that the building, the application that we are presenting today, is compatible with the historic district. I think there was a fair number of references to buildings in the area that are 4- and 5-story buildings. I would say what distinguishes this building, this property, from those other buildings is the sheer size of the lot. Those 4- and 5-story buildings are not on 6.7-acre properties. They do not have an FAR of 1.69 like this project. I think it is because of the unique nature of this site that we are able to have a building of this size to create the benefits that Mr. Goldman mentioned in his testimony, and that was also noted in the HPO staff report. It is because of the size of this property that we are able to create the significant open space and setbacks that Mr. Goldman referenced, that Ms. Kanamar-Clark referenced, to create an open space that is usable, that is active, that is vibrant, that can be used for the purposes that ANC 4B Commissioner Yates discussed. That's kind of an overview, I think, of our belief of why this project is compatible. In also applying all of the testimony we presented, the materials we presented, the HPO staff report, as well as the numerous letters in support of this application that the chair mentioned. I wasn't sure if that's kind of a summation of our presentation, but also if there are more specific questions from members of HPRB, including HPRB members that we haven't heard from yet, we're available to answer those questions as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tummins. Actually, if you could just speak to, or the architect could speak to, the parking and where parking is located within the building.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think both Mr. Goldman and Mr. Oliveira Sala can address that. Evan, okay. You want to start?
It looks like Evan cannot talk. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, so Fede, do you want to start?
Yes. So
perfect.
So you can see in this image, building has significant grade. So, and that's something that we need to deal with. So basically, it's not that there are 2 full levels of above grade parking. It's just the parking is stuck within the grade. One is fully buried. The other one it's above grade. And the reason we did that purposely is for a number of reasons. One is because first floor units on the loop where the bus route and all the kiss and ride operations are not suitable for units. So we use that as a buffer as well for sound, and we can elevate the units above the first floor. So that's one reason. The other reason is that we are trying to bring a market into part of our retail tenants, and we want to have parking at grade for them. So the customers can easily go shop and bring their shopping bags into the parking as well in the same level. And last but not least, we want to make sure that we provide accessible parking, handicap parking for retail users and maybe people using metro that require parking, and that has been a concern from the community as well. So we want to make sure that parking is accessible as well as well lit from natural light and not below grade. And I don't know if I missed any other thing, but I think that's pretty much it. Why? And also just the building, it's only exposed to the metro side and to the parked to the left of the picture. You don't see that parking from the front as it's laminated with active uses as units, as you can see there.
Okay.
We try to minimize the exposure to it as well.
So is it as I look at the elevation that was previously up on the bus loop side, is the green area of the facade?
Yes, the building we want to bring some greenery. So the building is somewhat open, but it has green vines that grow up the building in between the piers. But basically vegetation.
Okay.
Evan, we can't hear you there.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Ah, sorry about that. I apologize. For some reason, my audio just went out. Fede, that was an excellent explanation, and you hit almost all the points I was going to cover on the parking as well. One thing that's probably, I think that is important, and I can't remember if you mentioned this, so I was trying to get my audio to work, but we do have a letter of intent executed with a grocer tenant for the retail. It was important to them to have some of the parking on grade so that people can walk out of the store and go directly to their parking. That was one thing we thought about. And then the other thing that we were sensitive to was making sure that the parking was extraordinarily safe and accessible to the metro, as well as the retail core district for those who are going to be parking in this area, not just for our retail, but for the greater retail area of Tacoma, to have them be able to park and quickly get out, walk directly out onto our plaza that we've built, and then into the public realm without having to go into an elevator or a small vestibule and then come up out of ground. For that number of spaces was important. But what Fede really hit was the most important part. One of the levels is buried into the hillside. It is very difficult to deal with parking when you have a very sloped hill, because if you put all the parking below grade, you would have an entire basement area that doesn't have windows essentially on the back of the building that is unusable space. So that upper level ends up being out of grade for the second reason, which is the marketability of units sitting right in front of a bus loop versus up 10 feet above. But I don't think you hit on the front of the building. In order to deal with that concern from the community, we did drop the elevation of the massing by 2 levels towards Eastern. And so even though the building on the backside is up 1 level higher, the front side is down 2 levels. And this perspective, of course, is deceiving because you're seeing it from a bird's eye view. If you're seeing that perspective from the streetscape or the sidewalk down below, you wouldn't see those 2 levels up above the parapet. And so that makes the building feel and look much less from Eastern Avenue. I think that hopefully that answers your question, but if you have more questions about that, I'm happy to weigh in more.
Chair Heath, I have a question, a statement first and then a question.
Sure.
So I just want to make it clear, so everybody knows, I have been a design partner with Moya on projects. We have one finishing up now. So I should declare that. But I don't feel that it prevents me from making comments on this project, but I want to make sure everybody knows that I've collaborated with the architect here in the past. The question for Ms. Kamenar, could you go to the site plan? Could someone scroll back to the site plan, please? Could you roughly tell us how big the total open space is at the perimeter of the building, and also roughly how big the usable triangular park space is that faces onto Eastern Avenue? Do you have a rough idea how big those spaces are?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Matt. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. The area that faces mostly on Carroll, that has one of the heritage trees and the special trees and bends around the corner, that is 0.56 acres, all the way from the WMATA crosswalk, on the south side or east side of the bus loop curb cut, all the way to the curb cut on Cedar. That is 0.56 acres.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yep,
Yeah,
let me give you the acreages. So the triangle, the largest consolidated open space on the triangular side, we are talking about approximately 1.15 acres. And we're still working on the bioretention design right there at the edge of the building. So we just need to finish geometries, but we are at 1.15 on that triangle. And then across the curb cut on Eastern that enters the bus loop on the northern side, that triangular piece that has the 4th heritage tree, that is a 1/3 of an acre site for a total of about 1.71.
And is that a bioretention area as well? I see some structures drawn in there.
Yes, and we're still working with the civil engineer to finesse. I mean, that is very schematic, and it's just a very quick study, and we'll continue to study so that there is a blending of the stormwater area into the site as it works today.
And either you or the architect mentioned the distance the closest the building is to adjacent structures. That's across Eastern Avenue to those single family houses across Eastern Avenue. Yeah, and that number is what?
About 125 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Fede, what was it? 100 what?
25 feet.
Okay. 145?
25.
125 feet. Okay. And the distance from the facade facing Cedar to the adjacent buildings on the other side of Cedar, do you know how close that is?
Let me give you that answer.
If you don't, that one's perhaps less germane, but I was just curious.
Well, while Fede's looking for that, I'll weigh in on one thing on the park space. The existing park space at Cedar and Carroll is roughly 1.7 to 1.75 acres. And the two park spaces, the triangular space as well as the retail plaza spaces combined are about 166. So the amount of open space, not including the stormwater management zone, is roughly equivalent to the park space that's there today. But one major difference is we will be maintaining it, managing it, allowing it to be used by the community versus WMATA, which doesn't allow that today.
Right, and most of that's occupied today by a large surface parking lot.
That's right.
If I may respond, while I'm looking for the information, but I believe that it's about 140 feet from where the building bends on Cedar to the new building that is being under construction.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have other follow-up questions, Matt? I'm guessing no, you turned your camera off. Okay. Great. Any other questions from board members? All right, then would the applicant like to make any closing before we deliberate?
Yeah, I'll say one thing, and I apologize, my mic wasn't working before, and Paul may have a closing as well. I think what's important here, as Paul alluded to, this is unique in Tacoma. It's a very large parcel. There aren't other large 6.7 acre parcels within Tacoma. And so that does create a challenge as you're trying to design, because by the nature of the size of the parcel, you end up with a large building. But I think it's also important to mention that historic doesn't necessarily mean low height. There are incredible historic resources and buildings, especially central buildings that are the central gathering place or the most prominent building in a community, whether it was a church or a large tall structure that was beautiful or Art Deco. This is the center of this community. It's right at the metro station, and there is a long precedent, even historic precedent, for density and height tending up towards transit or towards the central park or the central community, where you would often find the tallest structures and the tallest buildings. So the fact that on Cedar Street, there is a 5-story building being built right across from us above a retail base, which will be felt as look like a 6-story building. Our site sets down 8 feet from Cedar in topography, and so the height of our building will be roughly equivalent to the new building being built directly across the street from us on Cedar. And we believe, because of the prominence of this site, because of the size of the site, because of the nature of the surroundings by the park spaces and the fact that it's right at transit, it is appropriate for it to have an extra story relative to some of the buildings around it in the historic district. And so that's just something I wanted to share from a philosophical perspective. I think historic preservation often gets confused with lower height and density, and I don't think those two things need to be synonymous. Paul, you may have a comment to make as well.
I think I just stand by my previous comments. We agree with the HPO staff report and its conclusion that this project, the massing scale, is compatible with the historic district. As Evan mentioned, we will work to address the recommendations in the HPO staff report, and we will look forward to your approval of this application.
Thank you. Is the board ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask that you all turn on your cameras. And would anyone like to start? If not, see some cameras coming on, but I'll start. I'll offer a few initial comments and start by saying, you know, this project is doing a lot of really great things for the community. I think the need for affordable housing we all recognize is being addressed here, and I think that's incredibly positive. I think the you know, creating a more humane engagement with the transitway and with the bus loop, adding or finding a way to maintain some public space while adding this much density to the site, I think is also a positive. I think you know, all of those things are great and things that I personally support. But at the same time, as HPRB, we have to address the historic compatibility of historic issues and the compatibility of this development, aside from all of those things that are positive for the community. And I don't think that they, I think that they can all occur. I think we can find compatibility here and address all of the needs that the community has at this site. What I think is the most successful part of this project is the corner that is at Eastern. I can't remember, is that Blair? I can't remember the other street, and I'm not seeing it on my plans here, but at Eastern Avenue on the lowest part of the site where the project steps down. I think, you know, adding parking to the site on the backside, I think is also successful. I think the backside of the site is certainly where I can see having a lot of density and height, massing scale, materiality, height, all of those things are things that this board looks at when we think about whether or not something is compatible with its existing historic district. And I think, you know, certainly on this site, density toward the back of the site, I think is appropriate. I think as you move toward the toward Cedar Street, Carroll Street, Eastern Avenue is where the building can stand to either step down or begin to think about how it can minimize its appearance. A couple of times the architect said that the building is intended to be a backdrop to the park, and I read it as completely the opposite. It is, the facades are busy. I think the contrasting colors of the materials I find to stand out quite a bit. I think it calls a lot of attention to itself in its composition. And so, and Steve is addressing some of these things in his staff report. I think from that perspective, this can use a lot of editing, simplification, revisiting of colors. And I don't find that adding frames that appear to sit flat on a facade really help with stepping down, particularly as Steve has mentioned, when you have this this cap at the top that is white that really accentuates the height of the building. And I'm speaking now of the building at Carroll and Cedar. So I think I would agree that this site can support a significant amount of density. But I think this still needs some work before I would be ready to approve it. And I'd be curious to hear from other board members.
Yeah, I could jump in.
Sure.
The the site plan makes me think of what Churchill said about Americans, allegedly, that you can always count on them to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. And I think the site plan is really good and really, really very well thought out. And I think the question I asked about the park space, I think, is an interesting and important one, that so much of the area that's there today is dedicated to surface parking. And if there's anything that's not compatible with Tacoma Park and its historic district, it's a surface parking lot. So I think there's a lot of merit to what they've done relative to putting the parking inside the building, putting it in a place where it is not going to be visually obtrusive, and using the grade in their favor to mask it and also take advantage of that fall. I think that's really clever and very important. I very much like the retail approach towards I think it's Cedar there, and the small open space that's made there. I think about the 1 acre park facing Eastern will be a very nice place, be usable. It'll have active eyes on the street. And I'm generally comfortable with the park as a buffer between the taller pieces of this project and the single family houses across the line in the state of Maryland. And I also think that the taller piece facing the garden apartments on the one side, to me, makes some sense. They're not facing single family houses. So I think there's some logic to that. Where I think probably Steve was alluding in the staff report is the way the facades are composed. And I think one of the things that's a challenge here is the desire to break the building up into something that looks like two different buildings and make it look more like an urban block, but in actual fact, in site plan, it behaves kind of like one building. And so the question, in my view, becomes, where do you, and I find where that distinction is made between one kind of language and another kind of language to be not quite as clear as it could be. First off. Second off, I think there's a lot going on the facades. And I think some of the comments that have been offered by some of the people who've written letters and also the testimony we've heard have sort of likened it to other parts of town. And I think, although I think a piece of modern architecture here can be very compatible, I think to some degree they have a point in that some of the way the facades are configured are sort of elements used in one place, but you don't see them elsewhere. So this rendering here is a good example where you have this grid on the right side on the corner, turning the corner to Eastern Avenue, but it doesn't really appear anywhere else. And there's a fair amount of that kind of things that happen in one place, but don't really happen at such a scale to tie the whole thing together. I think the outline box piece is probably, what Steve has pointed out, is probably another one of those. So I think, although I wouldn't necessarily say that the answer here is only to mimic the, some of the character issues, there was one letter that had some images of those things presented to us. I do think some simplification and some unification would be in order here. I don't think, I disagree a little bit with you, Marnik. I don't think the massing for me is a problem. I think this view is for me, the height here is less of an issue. I think most people perceive buildings, at least in this range, at how they behave at the ground level. And I think it's a little bit unfortunate that during most of the testimony, we had the aerial view of the whole project up. But if you actually look at the ground level views and how they've worked hard to animate the ground levels and give live uses in those places, even where there's the service entries into the courtyards and things like that, I find that on the whole to be pretty successful. So I think I think I'm of the mind that I like the site plan quite a bit. To me, the height is less of an issue. I think it's been managed well with setbacks and with the distance and buffers and things like that. I think the facades could use some editing and simplification, and with a move towards making them perhaps a little bit more unified and eliminate all the different kinds of motifs in way, or use them in ways that make a more cohesive pattern on some of the vertical surfaces. And in particular, more on this building. The other building that's in the background of this view and the bays of that I find pretty simple and straightforward. To me, Steve, if you could go to the view that shows where the orange building meets the gray building. Yeah, well, here, it's trying to figure out where the gray building ends and the orange building begins. Yeah, there. And I think there's probably some simplification that could happen there. There's lots of things going on here that could be made easier and simpler, that would provide a little bit more unity.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this is the view that really accentuates the fact that there's a lot going on these.
And while you wouldn't necessarily experience all of this at once, because we can't really unless we're flying around over the site. I do think it does point to a kind of need to edit a little bit more. But I think the general massing and the way the building handles the conditions around each piece of the site, I think, is very skillfully done.
Other thoughts?
I have a few to add, to share with my colleagues and ask for your comments on it as well. I would like to see a more detailed mapping of the heritage trees and their locations to understand where they are and what the plan is for each, and how they've worked to avoid them as much as possible. It sounded like in the testimony there's the potential for 1 3-foot caliper willow oak to be moved and relocated. But it would be helpful to know where they are and see them on the site as a part of a documented study effort. I think that when I look at the package of information and listen to the testimony, that a lot of the detail has been gathered and understood and pulled together. It feels to me like I agree with you, Chair Heath, and your opinions about the massing and the detailing and the relationship to the park. It feels like this building is neither fish nor fowl. Like it's trying to be contextual, but it's not contextual. And I think you just need to either be contextual or be a modern building that fits compatibly within the context. And that doesn't mean necessarily you have to use exact materials or components, but it's about scale and proportion and height relationship to make that work if you're not going to be a contextual building. Because I think there is an opportunity for a development here and modern development to happen here. And I feel like they're trying to do both. And I think they need to pick what they're doing and move forward. And that's part of the simplification that I think needs to happen. I think the park and the site is very interesting in its use. I think there is some simplification there. I think it's apparent in the renderings too, when you see the people crossing with bikes, crossing with cars, and who goes where and why do they go where they're going. Are they just crossing at the crosswalk because there's a crosswalk painted on the pavement, or does that lead to something? Is it a part of the building? Is something that would be good to have some more clarity on. And I know that's all in development. It'd be good to know what's committed to and what's potential for the future should there be funding available, and not likely to happen. It'd be good to know what the reality is of what will be there when we see it. And then I'd like to see the park have more of a gesture to be a public park and feel like a public park. And maybe that's in that inset piece that we see here between the red brick clad and the white clad corner of the building. Maybe that black piece that's in the middle, maybe it raises up higher. Instead of being a low transfer, maybe it's a higher transfer. So it feels like a bridge connecting those two buildings rather than, just an inset of the building, but something that feels like it's a gateway to invite people into the park. So it's more welcoming to the public. So you don't feel like well, that's a beautiful park. If I lived there, I would love it. You know, if I get off the metro, I might think, I'm going to meet my friends here for music while we, you know, eat whatever we ate or get whatever we ate and listen to some music performance or, you know, ride our bikes around in this area or something like that. I don't know. It could be different things, but it feels like that park needs more of a gesture, and it's designed to be a public park because it's more of an enclave than a park. And those are my comments. Other than say that I really appreciate it. It seems like a lot of effort has gone in here, and it feels like it's more of an acceptance of the parameters that needs to be massaged into this than sort of finagling to work with them. More of an acceptance of this is the context we're in, and so what does that mean in terms of the organic development of this design concept, rather than fighting it to work around it to make it look like something that it's not.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. I mean, it is, I think the site plan approach will make this a much more livable location in the city. I think the definition of public space, I like the passageway through that we can see in this rendering. I think that's a nice way to break up that block. I agree with Gretchen's point about the publicness of these things. One can always do a little bit more there. But I think on the whole, you can see the intent is really towards using the building to make better public spaces in this area, and I think it does that pretty well. You know, I think an acre of that usable space, if you take out the stormwater areas, as the landscape architect was describing, is pretty good. You know, considering what's there now.
All right. Any other comments? Right. Then, Steve, does that give you enough clarity to be able to work with the applicant on revisions to
I
bring
think
back to the
so.
board?
Okay. We'll find out when we bring it back.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you to everyone for your participation today and for all of the input from community members that we received. We are ready to proceed with our next case, which is in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 639 A Street Southeast. Moira, do you want to make your presentation first?
I will make a few brief comments, if that's all right, and then pass it off to the applicant. Steve, if you want to just leave it up on that slide, because I'll be brief. So the board had previously considered a concept for an addition at this property, and during the course of the work being done for that, once it received a permit, the building was effectively demolished. The scope of the permit was exceeded. A stop work order was issued, and as part of the ongoing enforcement action, which is separate from this process, we requested that the applicant submit a revised set of plans to show the demolition and the reconstruction for the board to consider the compatibility of the reconstruction in this. So with that, I think I see Jennifer may have turned on her camera, and I will pass it to her.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for seeing our case. I do have the homeowners and the contractor on the line as well, and they would like to make a statement first, and then I can run through the drawings.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Bakay. My husband, Hyder, and I are the owners of 639 East Street Southeast. And I think there was a little more context provided, but, you know, basically we have a permit, a building permit in place that includes demolition of some of the walls and roof, but not all. So we have exceeded the scope of work, and we apologize for that. And, you know, it was not intentionally done. But yeah, this is our opportunity to present a revised permit to allow us to rebuild the wall that was demolished. And I'll introduce Manuel Acosta, our contractor from Matt Construction, who can kind of explain why the demolition exceeded the scope of work.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to explain what's going on 639 A Street. Basically, I don't know if I can share, but on the plans, it was showing that it shows a demolition, okay, and also just like a small review on the project is like make a new basement, also addition on the existing first and second floor. There was plans for demolition that it calls for preserve one portion of the front of the house. But basically, when we were doing demolition, and we tried to keep that portion of the house that was supposed to be existing, we become on the issues that we find the wood that's everything was like pretty much non-usable, like rhododendrons, um, and for the safety of the work and the crew, um, I made the call to remove those joists, basically because sometimes it's like either way it's easily to build and do it new instead of preserve what it was existing. In this case, everything was really bad shape. If you can see, we tried to preserve the facade because it's the most important for storage. And the issue, I believe it was I didn't make uh, a call, or I didn't, you know, make a notification to the architect or the structural engineer about this, and we proceed to do the demolition and continue the work. There's some pictures that you can see that we start the foundation. Um, Everything was passed, but at the meantime, a historic um, inspector came and he saw that we demo was likely the portion that was supposed to be remaining in the house. Um, that is the main reason what we have this stop work order. Basically, we it, our intention it was more like know that we can build that portion and doing it like better and new. Obviously, we didn't. In the moment we didn't think like that was become an issue. Um, but basically, right now what we're trying to do is like shows basically how is the existing conditions. It's in pretty bad shape. I know historic is concerned about preserve the existing of the house is not changing um, the facade or not changing the style of the house, and basically that's not even if we build new or something, it's not an intention. Like the intention is as a company, as a principle of my construction is like build right and in quality also. And like I said, we never intended to do or build something wrong. In other cases, it's like that you didn't build right, right? On this one, it's like um, we demo more than we were supposed to, and we didn't make we didn't notify the owner or the architect or the structural engineer to proceed with the demo. That this is the issue right now. Basically, we will we will look to find a solution on this. The architect she will present the the new plans to build what was supposed to be remain, and I think it's not that it's not creating a big impact on the structure. Basically, it will be the same. We try to preserve the facade. Like right now, still the facade is in pretty bad condition. There's a lot of pictures that we took. It's bracing and everything. All the braces are in place. We try to keep, as much as we can. I mean, basically the whole facade is in place. But obviously, there's picture that shows that it's in really bad shape. Not because of the demo, it's because it was like that. We really find out when we made the demolition. So, and that's the big concern. I believe on this one that we remove part that was supposed to be remain from the plants, but hopefully we can find a solution on this, and I believe is to rebuild that side that it was supposed to remain. Obviously, it will do the structure more steady and strong than it was.
Thank you, Manuel. Can everybody hear me? I was just going to run through the slides just because it kind of highlights the areas that were different from the permit plans, the original permit plans. So next slide, please. These are the kind of pre-construction photos that you've seen before from our original application. You can see on the top kind of middle pictures, the wall that was removed beyond the permitted amount. Next slide. This is the original site plan from the historic approved set that shows kind of the extent of the addition, and the carriage house is all approved previously. Next slide. These are the demo plans. So you can see the bottom right highlighted in red is the wall that has been added to the demolition that was not originally in the plans. As you can see, kind of the balance of that court was approved to be demolished. So it's really kind of that front section of the house that was added to the demolition. Next slide. And the first floor framing was already included in the demolition on that previous slide. So this is looking at the second floor demolition plan. So the framing of the second floor was to remain in that a little bit bigger chunk of the front of the house, and that part was also removed along with the roof framing above that. Next slide. And some more photos. You've seen some of these. They were up on the screen a few minutes ago. Next slide. Some additional photos of the front and the inside of the front wall. Next slide. And then these are the new work plans. So on the bottom right, you can see the new wall. This is the kind of extent of changes on the first floor plan. So the top picture is the approved plans, and then the bottom one is the additional work. Next slide. On the second floor, the top image has the existing floor joists were remaining, and then you can see on the bottom image where the wall and the floor joists were removed and going to be replaced. And the next slide. This is the kind of section of roof framing that was not approved for removal and has been removed on the bottom right. And the next slide. And then finally, this is the kind of the side view, the elevation view of the wall that was removed. So just want to note the new replacement rafters are going to be deeper. The original ones were 2x4, 2x6. They're going to be 2x8. But there's concern about kind of matching what was originally there. The nice thing about this project is we do have a sister house at 637. So it's identical to this house. 637 has been added onto at the rear, but the front portion is the same. So it will be very easy and very clear that the original slope is maintained, and so there's no change in height perceived from the exterior of the house. They'll have to kind of accommodate the deeper rafters from the interior. And with that, I'll leave it open to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just maybe a brief commentary and then some questions. Things like this are exactly why we ask the questions that we do about the interior demolition and the partitions and areas around the stair. I think if we look at your sheet A101, where you're intending, Jennifer, to keep the roof framing and the second floor framing, we're asking questions about the feasibility of that and logistics of those kind of things for kind of this very reason. And then I would hope that, Mr. Acosta, that you have some kind of contract agreement in place with the owner that provides for how you should address unforeseen conditions like this. When you open up a condition and find that things are different, which happens all the time in existing building work, all the time.
Yes.
There's a process to be followed to notify the architect and the owner of this before the demolition happens. Even if it's something that you find that's urgent, I mean, everybody's on cell phones and texts and emails now. So there should be a process and a way that you should notify people of that when you find the condition. I would have to say that when I looked at the picture of the joist that's on, I think, page D2, when I looked at how that's all jagged, that does not look like a rotted joist to me. That looks like something that maybe got hacked or cut or overcut or something like that. But it does not look like it's rotten. And so it's a shame, because once all this is gone, it's gone forever. And Mr. Acosta, you're working in one of the largest and most well-renowned historic districts in the United States of America, in this nation's capital. And so caution and care for all of the elements is exceedingly important. And it's so disturbing when this happens. You are not alone in having this happen, unfortunately, but when it does happen, this is why we're asking the questions. And it shouldn't fall on the shoulders of inspectors to catch this kind of thing when it happens. It should fall on your shoulders as a contractor hired by the owner and the architect working with you. And because in the end, the owner is responsible for this, regardless of their ability to understand or training as architects or contractors. You put all this burden on the owner of this property, who with best intentions went in to work with the both of you to develop a solution that was compatible with the historic district and work for the longevity of the property. It's just a shame that we're here at this juncture talking about this now. And certainly I hope, Mr. Acosta, when you find things that change in the future or are unforeseen conditions, because you may even find them yet again on this property, because just how it happens on existing buildings, that you'll follow a process before an action is taken, or if there's a change from the permitted documents, that won't happen again.
No, yes. As the principal of my construction, we are very proud, because we are even a 5-star rated contractor in the area. Basically, most of our projects are in Capitol Hill, and I know the impact that is making, for example, in my company. And also I'm very concerned about this, because if you can check my records on DOB, we never had any issue before. And basically, like I said, the safety of my crew and the team that I was working there was really important for me, and that was my call. And that's why I'm here, basically because we know also the important that is to preserve what is existing on Capitol Hill. I've been working in Capitol Hill in 10 years. Basically, all of the projects that we have are in Capitol Hill, as you said, is one of the most important areas in DC. And like I said, it's our first time that we the issue is exactly what you said. There's always protocols. For example, if we find something that is not on the plans, or if we find something that is not right to work with, or proceed, to, for example, in this case was the demolition. We have to call owner, we have to call the architects. In the meantime, we didn't think about, and that was, the issue. And that's why, we trying to do the most as we can to obviously preserve what is um, not existing, but also the main character of the house, which is, that's the intention. Obviously that was my also my intention to say, it's like, okay, this is when we were working with, so I know the pictures, for example, that you mentioned, it just shows basically um, that it's not completely like rotten wood, but it wasn't really by shade. Obviously, as a company, we always take pictures of every detail, even when we're demolishing, when we're doing roughings, when we're doing insulation, before drywall, before anything. So we always taking pictures, and that was something that I personally show up on site, and I said, yeah, let's demolish this, because on my perspective, on my experience, I didn't know that that was creating a big impact on this house. My intention always was like, okay, this is looking bad, even if obviously on cause or material, it is gonna be maybe more, but uh, I always want the best for my clients and to be right and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I
You're not really helping yourself as you keep talking. So you're just making things seem worse.
Yeah, Mr. Acosta, I don't question your integrity, and I don't question the talent of the staff that you had, but the fact is that you've made a pretty egregious mistake.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the integrity and the I guess just integrity that you have to come to the HPRB and say that it happened and how it happened. Certainly not all contractors do that. And so that says a lot about your company and your desire to do good quality work. I would hope that you would look back to the terms of your contract and learn not to ever do that again with this kind of work. One question that I had for you and Ms. Fowler is, I know that you were already replacing the windows, but is any of the siding remaining? Can the siding be reused, or is it gone for this elevation of the dog leg?
Okay, so the siding, there's some remaining. That siding is metal. It's metal siding. Yeah, so it wasn't wood. It's metal, as you can see on the other pictures, and that shows that it metal is. We removed that part of the siding just to show how is the sheeting, but it was metal. So basically, it's not in good shape. And there's some pieces that we have on site, but uh, could suggest, like, for example, there was like we need to open, for example, new windows. So basically, it's just a small portions that basically it's not reusable.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Chair.
No, thank you for addressing that, Gretchen. I think that was really important. Any other questions from the board at this time?
Madam Chair, that was my question too, was just to confirm that there was nothing that could be salvaged. It's just, this is terribly unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Great. So we have several people who have registered to speak on this case. So we'll start with Beth Purcell with Capitol Hill Restoration Society.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society's Historic Preservation Committee. We deeply regret the demolition and the loss of fabric on a 19th century building that is contributing and cannot be replaced. The plans basically are very similar to the ones the board approved in 2022. And we agree with the staff that demolition did occur and the project is compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. However, 2 points. One is, since the front facade is still standing, we urge that the siding and the front facade be studied and be replicated elsewhere on the historic, rather the exterior elevations of the house. Second, based on Mr. Acosta's statements this morning, left me wondering whether there was a plan or a possibility of removing the front exterior, which is currently the only significant remaining fabric from the 19th century house. Thank you for considering my comments.
Sure, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Purcell? Then we'll next hear from Samuel Pastor.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, first, I want to thank you guys for your diligent work on this and continued oversight. I also want to raise my hand and commend my neighbor, Anise Han, who had the foresight to flag this and the sister project months ago for this exact type of overreach and continued kind of disregard for the historic fabric and maintenance of what makes Capitol Hill and other historic neighborhoods important and relevant. And I just want to say that obviously the idea of this body is to do that, right? Is to sustain the personality and the fabric of these neighborhoods. And, you know, what's kind of the idea of doing that without kind of empowering the people and sustaining the people that are part of these historic neighborhoods and that maintain them. And thank you for listening to us and our other neighbors. We all have kind of a responsibility to do that together. And, you know, again, Anise has been at the forefront of kind of pointing this out, and myself as well. I just want to say, you know, I recognize a lot of these faces because we've been kind of going back and forth on this for a while, and we protect these things together. And these flippers have broken that trust. We saw this coming at the beginning, and she has been protecting us throughout. And it's clear that these flippers have misled and kind of disrespected us, and we need to trust each other and trust our neighbors at this point, not the people that are coming in trying to make a profit. And I hope that you guys are able to resist the temptation to have the flippers kind of win here, when, just like you said, this is the oldest and largest historic neighborhood in the city. And the original plan that you guys are referencing, I think it's clearer now that it kind of went in under false pretenses. And my request is that we also look into the rest of this plan and reevaluate it. So that maybe the garage height as well be reevaluated and keep it down to the original height as part of maintaining the historic fabric. And obviously it can't be a hole in the ground, which this entire house and the garage and everything is right now. But I don't think that it needs to be expanded to the point. Again, we need to trust our neighbors, trust the people that live here to know, like Jerry Souffle, who's the ANC, I invite any of you guys to come here to this backyard where I am right now and look at the beauty and historical nature of what's here right now and see what the real impact of this structure and the backyards of both of these sister properties are going to do to this beautiful area. And just know that you know, obviously there's other parts of this that people have brought up, housing, affordability, that kind of stuff. Obviously that's not part of this discussion. But I don't think that these owners originally came in saying that they came in to be landlords. They came in and said that they were going to be neighbors. They told the neighbors they were going to be neighbors. And we've looked at the tax documents. These are not neighbors. These are flippers. And they treated this neighborhood, this historic neighborhood, just as a developer or a flipper would. And this is all congruent with that, not with the historic nature. So I just want to applaud you guys for doing your job and applaud all the neighbors. I also have Miss Shirley Liu, who lives right next door here. She's in support as well of scaling this project back, seriously scaling this project back and finding a way for us to bring this to a conclusion.
Hello, I'm Shirley Liu, as introduced by Samuel. I live at 625 A Street Southeast, and I've been a homeowner here since 1991. I am opposed to the permit as presently presented, that the current owners have not shown much respect for neighbors and for the neighborhood. That we didn't hear anything about the project until we saw the dumpster that they were using to demolish parts of the building. There was nothing posted. Finally, there was a stop work order that was posted prominently. I would like, the size of what they're doing would be so out of character for this neighborhood. And they're not people that are going to be living there. They're going to be selling it at a profit. And just leaving it with that, and then with possibly setting precedent for other owners to do something likewise, building something huge in their backyard, just changing the neighborhood fully. And I do oppose the permit as expressed. That's it. Thank you.
Right,
That's
thank you.
it for us, guys. Thank you.
All right. The next person that I have registered to speak is George D. I see George is on.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Yes, my name is George D. I reside at 616 Independence Avenue, but my backyard goes into Brown's Court, which is also where this garage, the proposed garage, etc., backs into as well. So in other words, my link to this, the property would be Brown's Court, which is in the back alley. My major concern is looking at the proposed plans, etc., and then having observed the property, I don't believe that the proposed project, the way it is outlined, is consistent with the neighborhood, consistent with being in a historic district, consistent with sorry about that. I don't believe it's I don't believe the scale of the project is consistent, and I just don't think it's going to be compatible with the neighborhood. I think it's going to change the face, and also I am concerned that it is a slippery slope and would be set a precedent for other properties to expand and take massive or just be too big for the lot is what it's going to be. it's going to take up more space than the rest of the properties in the neighborhood. It's just going to dwarf the lot and be out of character in the neighborhood. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have is Anise Hahn. You're unmuted, it looks like.
My camera.
We have an echo from you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to speak?
Good afternoon. I would like for your board, before you make a decision, that I am opposed to this enlarged footprint of the garage and the house called by Capitol Hill Corner a tragic and unfortunate development. It is a choice to buy a property in historic Capitol Hill, and with that choice, you choose to follow the rules of the HPRB, not alter. Developer Flipper did not follow the rules. The HPRB should not reward them with approval and expand their garage. If they do, that will stop the next neighbor from tearing down most of their house to save money while ruining the historic framework of the area. I would like to point out some facts. This flipper, they will not live here and they own properties and have done these identical projects over the city. It is visible that this flipper and his architect illegally demolished the garage. The scope of work as seen in the picture in January and the walls of a 1870 house, even with many stop orders, and demolished the garage without the permit and built 22 by 35 depth property. And it is also obvious that the flipper made this action to fasten the process and to make your hands tied. As the historical preservation, if I understand it clearly, your job description is to preserve historical buildings as much as you can. This means that you will not support a flipper, an architect who believes in the opposite of your institution's benefit and beliefs. I hope you will not support the flipper that is not trustworthy with illegal activity, but support disadvantaged neighbors and neighborhood of Capitol Hill. Sometimes they say it is easier to ask forgiveness than a permission. This project will create a disadvantage for the neighbors. Please, I am strongly asking for your support. Thank you for your consideration for not to alter beyond the existing garage footprint of 639 A Street Southeast. Have a great day.
Thank you. The next person I have registered to speak is ANC Single Member District Commissioner Gerald Sroof.
Shroof is fine.
Shroof, there we go. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's fine. I am a commissioner for 6B02. That's the area basically around Eastern Market. My single member district is within the Capitol Hill Historic District. My views today are necessarily mine alone and are not an official statement of the ANC. We may have an opportunity to review this case again, but we have not met to consider it since the demolition. So my view should not be given great weight, except as the comments might resonate with similar concerns of board members. I regret that I come today as a person who is disgruntled I looked up that term and it means either angry or dissatisfied, and I am both. My single member district includes A Street between 2nd and 8th. And on this street, we now have two notable instances of demolitions of historic buildings without permit. In February 2021, 326 A Street was torn down on a similar thing about, well, there was a problem and they just went ahead. This is angry producing. I'm also discouraged about the loss of yet another historic building on A Street. But I wonder at the apparent willingness of those given the responsibility for historic preservation to consider the loss of historic homes acceptable. And I'm happy to hear comments from board members that it is not acceptable. I think the term that's being used, unfortunate, is an unfortunate term because unfortunate suggests a natural disaster, perhaps a fire started by lightning. These teardowns are not unfortunate, they are by design, and they're done by people. And as the example of a similar demolition at 326A shows, this is not a unique occurrence in our area. I am dissatisfied that there's really no investigation of instances of this type beyond the assurance of the contractor that it needed to be done. We would do better in investigating an automobile accident. And I think, given our concerns about historic preservation, we ought to be making a major effort to get to the bottom of these situations. It is probably to be noted that it was my motion to approve a two-story addition and a new cellar to be constructed under the house at 639. This motion was approved unanimously and our ANC action was transmitted to the HPRB. I would not have offered the motion had I known it would result in removal of a contributing building in order to construct a cellar on the site where the building was standing. I know that the board and staff are aware that many think these unfortunate outcomes are foregone conclusions. Certainly several neighbors have told me that this happens all the time. These concerns are accelerated by the knowledge that the fine for demolishing a structure without a permit is just a bit over $4,000. Also, many find it hard to believe the explanation that a building contractor working in the Capitol Hill Historic District in existence since 1973 and working with an established architect simply was unaware of the preservation procedures and went ahead with the demolition on his own. What should be done? As an ANC commissioner, I always resent folks coming to our meeting and explaining our obligations to us. So please consider these comments as being offered in the sense of working toward a common end and as an offer of help as needed. First, I think there should be a substantial increase in the penalty for demolition beyond or without a permit. $4,000 is a totally inadequate disincentive for demolition, given the cost of historic preservation construction and the current value of houses in the district. Second, I think there should be investigation of the circumstances leading to the demolition without a permit, and that should precede consideration of any application necessary to carry a project forward. including 639A. It is not sufficient to assess a penalty and then move forward. We should learn the details of how these tragic events come about and what is needed to prevent reoccurrence. Finally, I think inspectors from HPRB should pay more attention to projects involving contributing structures in the historic district while they are underway. Perhaps more inspectors are needed so that we can move away from the present passive system of inspection that relies on neighbors calling problems to their attention. Thank you for this opportunity to express my concerns and to offer these suggestions.
Thank you. Are you representing the ANC today in your testimony?
My very first sentence was that these are my views as a ANC commissioner, but are not the commission's views.
Got it. I asked because there is no ANC letter, but you, I know you referred to the ANC weighing in on the previous application. Did the ANC
Then
get involved in a discussion
I-
around this proposal?
I misspoke without knowledge. I made the motion, it was passed unanimously, and I assumed that as in the normal course of events, it was transmitted to the, actually, I think I've seen a copy of the letter that went to Historic Preservation.
I did not see it in our file. So,
if I can dig it up, I will certainly provide it. But I am quite confident because I was there, the motion, and that it was passed unanimously.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying.
Well, I'm not sure.
Any other questions for the commissioner? All right, then we'll turn back to the applicant for any comments you'd like to make in response to the testimony.
Hi, is it okay if I go first? I just want to clarify, well, a few things. I'm not happy being here at all. This is embarrassing. I'm upset, and it's just not how we envision this project at all. We worked with Jennifer and with Manuel with the best intentions of following the plans. We worked very hard on developing these original plans. And I do want to clarify that we purchased this property through an LLC, but my husband and I are planning on living there with our 3 kids. We currently live on Capitol Hill now, but we're very excited to move into this property. And I believe some of the neighbors are opposing our carriage house, which I don't think is up for discussion right now. And throughout this whole process, we've been very clear on going to the ANC with the original plans, as well as BZA for our carriage house permit. So those were always posted for visibility. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I would just like to add, excuse me, we've already gone through this process of approvals. A lot of the neighbors' concerns are kind of going back to the original proposal. We have your approval for this whole project. We've also got a full building permit. So this is really just a very discrete scope that we're asking for, and it's in permit review. So just wanted to reiterate that because I think a lot of the comments from neighbors were really going back to kind of the original kind of proposal and arguments. I also wanted to note that the 2 abutting neighbors have not raised any concerns and are fine with the project and are in support of everything. So a lot of the neighbors that have spoken up do not live adjacent to this house. Just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Well, I have a procedural question for you. Typically, the board would not be able to approve demolition because it's not consistent with the act. But in this case, we're being asked to approve demolition and then allow the applicant to move forward with reconstruction. How is this approval different from others that involve demolition? That this time allows the board to approve. I mean, it's already happened, so I don't know if that's the difference, but.
I might ask Steve to chime in. I see that he's unmuted himself.
Yeah, the application before you is actually not to approve the demolition. The demolition has taken place. The situation is where it is now, and so the only issue before the board is whether the proposed reconstruction of the building as proposed is compatible with the character of the Capitol Hill Historic District.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All right, then, okay. Is the board ready to deliberate, or do board members have any final questions? Right, since there are no questions, I will ask that board members turn on your cameras. I don't see anybody yet.
Madam Chair, I'm here, and before we start deliberating, I just want to, I just have a point of clarification for you, just to make sure I'm thinking about this the right way. I appreciate I guess that was the architect's or the applicant's sentiment that the conversation or the comments from the neighbors sort of goes to what was already approved and not what's in front of us today. I understand that. But my point of clarification is the issue is that what was originally approved was exceeded, right? They went beyond what they had an approval for. And so today what's happening is they're having to rebuild a building that they demolished contrary to their permit. That's correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had it straight in my head. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's unfortunate, certainly, that we are here, and I understand why people are frustrated by it. I'm frustrated by this and other cases like this that come to the board, but yeah, that's what's before us today. All right. So, I think Gretchen stated it very well at the very beginning. There need to be processes in place with all applicants, architects, contractors, with how you deal with unforeseen conditions as they arise inevitably during the construction of historic properties. And, just taking it upon yourself to demolish existing fabric and not salvaging any of it is certainly not a process that's acceptable to this board. But we're in the unfortunate position of needing to approve the rebuild of this house. And so, given the circumstances we're in, I think that is the acceptable recourse. And so I'm inclined to support the staff report.
I agree.
Okay, all right. So then I'll make a motion to support the staff report and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Thanks. Any further discussion? All
Just
those
to
in-
repeat that the actions that have happened are inexcusable, that there is a clear delineation in the plans and the documents, and the contractor as a licensed professional and the architect as a licensed professional have contracts with this owner, and it falls on the shoulders of the owner. And I can appreciate what the ANC said about, you know, inspectors needing more support and maybe needing more inspectors, but it shouldn't fall on the shoulders of inspectors to catch this in action by submitting a set of permits and working with an architect, as a design professional, and a contractor as a construction, you know, company and a certified company. You should have some assurance that what is being done is in compliance with the codes and requirements of the district. And then if there's something that happens that's unforeseen, that you would be notified of that immediately, and then a decision or action that would be appropriate could be taken. Not that somebody would just decide because a beam had been damaged, which was portrayed to us mistakenly that it was deteriorated or rotted when it's not rotted. It was just hacked up. It is inexcusable, and it puts us in this embarrassing position where we have to approve this solution, which is compatible, but it's embarrassing to the process and the requirement and the staff at OP and the inspectors that put in so many long hours and so much professional integrity in the HPO staff and the inspectors. Just sort of gets lost when things like this happen. So it's a shame. It's a real shame.
I will also add that I agree with the ANC commissioner that the penalties should be greater. I don't know what they are. He cited $4,000, but they should be significant enough to really be a deterrent and to be a penalty. So for whoever can control that, it certainly doesn't seem like it's a deterrent enough. Right.
Madam Chair, and I just want to say I actually wish that I could vote against this. I wish that
in principle,
that
right?
was, that was
yes,
appropriate recourse. I wish I could, but I realized that doesn't get us anything. But yes, thank you, Board Member Failer, for your commentary, and I think we all understand what we've got on our hands here. So.
Okay. All right, so then holding our nose, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you. And our last application before our lunch break is also in Capitol Hill at 235 12th Street Southeast. Moira, are you ready to present?
I am. So again, I will keep this brief. What is proposed is a rear L infill, an addition, a partial third story that is modeled on the adjacent neighbor, and a two-story building at the alley. And I will note that we participated in an on-site visibility test, and similar to the adjacent neighbor upon which the rooftop addition was modeled, this did not appear to be visible from points along the street. So I will pass to the applicant, who should be able to unmute themselves at this point to go through the plans in more detail.
Good, I guess it's afternoon, everybody. My name is Thomas Vassar. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I would ask that Jennifer Shu, the architect, be allowed as a participant or elevated or whatever it is you call it in this context, so she can present the plans. Jennifer, are you there?
I've
Jennifer?
moved her over twice, so she should be able to unmute at this point.
Okay, Jennifer, you might be muted. My apologies for the delay.
She appears to be muted on both devices, and I am unable to unmute her, so she will have to do it
All right.
herself.
Sorry. Bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
And sorry, my typing is terrible. Well, until she unmutes herself, I would just send her a text. I will do my best to try to present it. I assume the board has had a chance to review some of the plans. It's rather simple. There's a third story addition that is modeled after the adjacent house, which is owned by Mr. Abbott McCartney, and who may be a participant in this meeting. We have gone through numerous revisions, and a lot of those revisions were to address some of the issues raised by Mr. McCartney. Some of them were found to have merit, and we made the appropriate changes. But we believe at this point that the revisions that we are presenting to the board are consistent with historic preservation and consistent with the character of the neighborhood. There are a number of, so we're adding a third story that's recessed for purposes of sightlines, and we are also adding a second floor or level to the garage, and that's basically space that would be for purposes of an office slash studio. It has basically a sink and a toilet area. And that again was modified from the original plans in response to some current concerns from Mr. McCartney and the ANC. We've worked at length with all the participants in this process to try to accommodate them. I believe we've accommodated almost all of their concerns. I'm pretty confident Mr. McCartney doesn't want us to build at all, but other than that, we've done our best to address all the concerns. So at this point, I see Mr. McCartney's on as well. But at this point, if there are some questions that need to be answered, please feel free.
Great, thank you. Do board members have any questions at this time? If not, we do have Mr. McCartney registered to speak, and Beth Purcell from Capitol Hill Restoration Society. Why don't we hear from Ms. Purcell first, and then we'll hear from Mr. McCartney.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society's Historic Preservation Committee. We believe that the proposed additions are subordinate to the historic house, and that the second story of the dog leg will be retained. The third story addition should not be visible from 12th Street also. The other part of the project is to add a second story to a one-story cinder block garage. There are already several two-story garages nearby and two-story alley dwellings nearby at Guestford Court. The entire garage would be clad in stucco, creating a uniform appearance. We note that the board has approved a number of very similar garage projects, so that this project, which is very similar to those previously approved, we believe that it also would be compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. And thank you for considering our views.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Purcell. Is Mr. McCartney ready to make your statement?
Yes, happy to join you this afternoon, and good afternoon. I am Abbott McCartney. I am an adjoining property owner at 237 12th Street Southeast. Been there over 40 years. I believe the applicant's proposed plan is incompatible with the historic character of the 200 block of 12th Street Southeast, as well as Guestford Court. I have submitted several written comments to the board, most recently on May the 17th, 2023. Is it possible that I have some photographs I would like to use to track my comments? Is it possible?
Yeah, we have all of those documents, but unless you sent them unless they were preloaded by staff, we don't have the ability to pull them up.
Okay, I was not aware that you were supposed to preload them. So at least if you've got them in front of you, it would be most helpful. I have 3 comments. I'll start with the addition of a second story on the garage. I believe it's incompatible with Guestford Court. It sits on Guestford Court. And if you take a look at the photographs that I sent, the dominant character of Guestford Court is precious. It is the 12 two-story carriage houses. And I believe that that is the dominant theme that needs to be protected from a historic preservation standpoint. And I believe adding the second story on this garage, which sits on Guestford Court, will destroy, upset, disrupt that historic character. There's no precedent on Guestford Court now for a second story on any garage. There are no two-story garages. The staff report does mention that there are some garages across the alleyway, across Guestford Court, that are 15 feet, and she describes them as a story and a half, but they are not two-story. And as I understand, at least one of those three had wanted to build a taller garage years ago, but was denied the opportunity to do that. So they limited that height to 15 feet. And I believe if you look at the materials that have been presented, there is a reference to 21 Guestford Court, which is the house, 3-story, which is an anomaly to Guestford Court. It is not a garage. All 3 levels are living accommodations. The bottom floor on Guestford Court has a garage door, but it is living behind it. For that unit, the doorway is on the through street. So it is simply a dwelling place that's 3 stories, but it is an anomaly. And I believe from the standpoint through the lens of historic preservation, you should look at the dominant theme of the historic district that you are trying to protect. And so this should be treated as an anomaly and not as something that you're now going to permit. This addition of a second story on the garage at 235 to be permitted. The applicant states that its garage would be 19 feet high, so that would be 4 feet higher than the garages across the alley. So that shows that it does not indeed fit in. And please indeed look at the photographs that I attached to mine, because I believe the page 1 and 2 does show how this garage would be out of proportion, out of character with the historic character of this neighborhood. I would also point out that in your own regulations, you are guided by the fact that when you look at precedent, you don't look at the entire Capitol Hill district, historic district. You're supposed to be looking at the neighborhood that it's in. So therefore, whatever happens in Brown Court, for example, which I include a photograph, which I think looks horrible, because there the higher buildings destroyed the character of Brown's Court. But if you look at Terrace Court, which we attracted, that shows indeed how you want to preserve the proportion of those houses. And indeed, Guestford Court and Terrace Court, I believe, are the only 2 preserved alley dwelling communities collection on Capitol Hill. And you're steeped in historic preservation, but we've tried to highlight the fact that the various studies the district has maintained over the years or conducted over the years, they recognize it's important to preserve these alley dwelling collections, because they indeed reflect on the history of DC and how at one point they were popular, but then there was this momentum that turned against them, that they should not be used. And so therefore we have to preserve what is left. And those are the 2 of them. In Guestford Court is one of them. So I ask you to vote no on this request, period. I'll add a footnote though. If you're inclined to think about going ahead, I would ask you to limit it to 15 feet, which is the height of the 1.5 stories as Ms. Nadal mentioned, across the alleyway, because then that would keep this lower and it would still maintain the prestige of the 12 carriage houses that now define Guestford Court. My second point is the cladding, the siding on the garage. When we were before ANC, the applicant here said they want to put on bricks on the garage, but they didn't think the Historic Preservation Board would accept that. Almost every building on Guestford Court is now brick. The garages across the alleyway are brick. So we asked that you send a signal to the applicant that brick is acceptable rather than cladding, because cladding does not fit the character of the neighborhood. And again, 21 Guestford Court on the corner, I think, is an exception. That's an anomaly, and that should not be used as the precedent. Speaking of precedent, please recognize that if you permit this 2-story garage, it obviously opens the floodgate slippery slope argument, which you've heard earlier today. it applies here because right now we have an alleyway that's generally open. There are a couple single-story garages, but the alleyway is generally open. So you start putting up 1 2-story garage, I think it destroys the historical character of the neighborhood, but it also will just be an open door for others to proceed. The third point I would say is that we thank the applicant for reducing the upstairs, third floor. And so I'm happy to hear that it would be equivalent to what we've got, which we added a 3rd story, we filled in the dog leg. And so we think it's compatible adding the 3rd story. And I love Ms. Purcell, though I've never met her. She's obviously very knowledgeable, but here they are filling in the dog leg. They're not preserving the dog leg. But I would ask in the rear walls, when we put in our 3rd story, we wanted to protect the rear wall of our neighbors. So we extended we didn't extend, we erected our rear wall so it aligned with our neighbor. In this case, the applicant has extended that rear wall 5 feet 5 inches beyond ours. So to me, it disrupts the alignment in the back. And from guest report, you can see the alignment. So in the interest of harmony and preserving the character of these houses, where a house fills in a dog leg on the 3 that are identical in this case, then those back walls should be aligned to create uniformity. I appreciate your time and listening and happy to answer any questions, but hopefully I would ask you to vote no on adding a 2nd story to the garage. And regardless of the height of the garage, please say that brick is included so that the applicant can live up to their representation to the ANC. And 3, we would ask that you have the back rear wall aligned with our rear wall where the current wall is located. Thank you so much for listening. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. McCartney from the board? All right. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
May I be allowed to respond?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Go
First,
ahead.
my apologies. First, I need to make a housekeeping note that I should have made at the beginning of my discussion, which is the applicant in this case is 235 12th Street SE LLC. I believe somewhere when I looked at the agenda, somebody else was listed, and I just wanted to make that correction. As regards Mr. McCartney's 3 points, specifically the first one, the 2nd story garage, I am not an expert in historic preservation. That's why we come to you folks in the ANC and we go before the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. There is in the record a letter of support from the Restoration Society that believes that this is compatible. I would note that the HPO has recommended that this is compatible. I will defer to those 2 bodies and at the same time defer to their expert judgment, even though Mr. McCartney may not agree. As far as the garage goes, again, it is slated for stucco. We previously indicated that we would be amenable to brick, but we didn't believe that that was consistent with historic preservation, and we're trying to stay within those guidelines. And it's for that reason it's presented the way it is. Lastly, as far as the rear of the building and the extension there, I would note that when you look at Mr. McCartney's property, the lines aren't exactly compatible with his neighbors. What happens is, yes, the very back of the building is somewhat level, but he has himself put in a bay window that's not brick. I guess it's wood for lack of investigation, but it's not a clear-cut line across the back, and therefore extending the back does not have any adverse effect on the rear lines of the buildings in back of the building, and that's the front of the building lines are maintained. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I apologize, Ms. Shu has run into some technical problems and cannot be here to assist.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is Jennifer. Yeah, thank you for unmute me. My logging from my computer got some issues, so I use my phone. Thank you, Tom, for adding these 3 points. And for the garage stucco, we did actually from the last presentation after the last presentation to ANC, we did add more details to it so that hopefully this is the improvement to our proposal as well.
I think that's all.
Okay, thank you.
May I add a point?
Typically, no. The applicant has the opportunity to respond and then the board takes it from there. Any final questions from the board?
I wondered if there was a lumber test or a flag test or anything done to confirm the lack of visibility of the addition atop the building. Has anything been done so far?
We, in fact,
Yes.
conducted a flag test with Ms. Nadal, and she had approved the proposal.
Okay.
Is the height of the top of the second story that's being added to the garage lower than those existing houses on Gassford Alley? Or I know it's taller than the 1.5 story garages, but I'm just trying to get a sense of its scale relative to the other structures on the alley.
They are lower than the other 2-story houses in the alley.
So it's somewhere in between the existing 1.5 story garages and the alley residences?
Correct.
Okay.
Chair Heath, if I may, my understanding of the 1.5 story garages across the alley is that corresponds with a previous standard dictated by zoning for alley buildings. So in the time that I've worked for the HPO, the allowance has gone from 20 feet to 22 feet. And I've seen in previous records that the cap used to be at 15. I think that may be what we're seeing across the alley.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? If not, are we ready to deliberate? Great. I'm in support of the staff report here. I don't know if others have differing opinions or want to offer any other thoughts.
I'm in support as well.
Okay, all right. Then I will make a motion that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Then the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for your participation. All right, and we're now at the point of our lunch break. Do we want to take like 20 minutes and come back at 1:15? Okay. Is that good? Perfect. We'll see you then. It's now 1:15 and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for the day. We'll start with Walter Reed Historic District at 1250 Dahlia Street Northwest. Would staff like to present first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am prepared to present. The applicant proposes the construction of a 3-story and penthouse residential building just immediately north of the west wing of the most historic Building 1. As a long building with its main mass at only 3 stories, the building looks a little squat, especially as it is sunk into a cross slope. The principal effect of this, other than just looking squat, is that it exposes to view a penthouse, which by being occupiable occupies a great deal of the roof area, where you'd probably expect to have an attic story under a roof form on a building of this type. The penthouse regulations require a setback. And because it's so prominent, I think the penthouse can use some additional work, revision, probably a higher grade of material than sort of the typical flat fiber cement board, and additional glazing, obviously subject to whatever the floor plan ultimately is. We also suggested maybe more of a parapet or balustrade atop of the 3rd floor, possibly. It's a fairly plain building, and such devices were used to, in sort of Georgian fashion, to screen attic stories in the past. Of course, then you have to work out the details and the proportions properly. Another issue is one of demolition. In order to prepare the site for the building, it's necessary to demolish a portion of a remnant corridor that ran due north from Building 1 and led to an array of barracks-like hospital wards beginning in the 1930s. It's not an insignificant feature, but it has been compromised by the attachment of additions and their subsequent demolition. So removing an additional portion that's already been harmed by the removal of the additions certainly doesn't reach the level of constituting demolition of Building 1 in significant part. So overall, HPO is recommending that the board generally support the concept, but look at some further revisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present?
Hi, this is Emily Ike. We're actually trying to get Vicki Davis on, who's the developer for Urban Atlantic and Trident that are working on this project. So if you bear with us for one moment.
Emily,
Are
I just moved over a V Davis who wasn't on the registered list, but is that Vicki?
That's it. That is Vicki. Yes, thank you.
Okay, should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Give her a
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry for this. You're
I
good. We're here.
apologize. Does this work?
Good. Yes, you're working.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Vicki Davis. I represent the parks at Walter Reed. I'm with Urban Atlantic. We're one of 3 developers on the parks at Walter Reed, Hines, and Trident Development, who is our CBE partner. And this is a really important building for the site. It is an affordable seniors housing development. It helps us meet our committed goal to the city of 20% affordable housing. And I have a really wonderful team to introduce to you today who will be making our presentation. Our architect is represented by Jack Borman and Wariz Smith. And our historic consultant is Emily Ige and Sarah Vanish with EHT and we have our engineers at Wiles Mensch. And we are excited about this building and would like to be in this year's round for affordable housing to make this important site happen. So we really appreciate you putting us on the agenda. Thank you. And Jack, I'm going to pass it to you.
Actually, it's going to be me. So it's
Oh, it's
going
going
to
to be you. Okay,
it's going to
sorry.
be me. Okay, so if you could go to the next slide, please. I will be brief, but here's a little close-up of the building. And you see this is designed to be a background building. Next slide. You know all of this. I think the board has seen this many times. You can see building 1 right in the center, which is 1, and building M is the site that we are now working with. Next. I won't go into all of this, but the divisions, and here's a good image of where the site is compared to the back of building 1. Next. And some images of precedent that we look to, that Jack and Maurice were looking to try to devise a simple, straightforward building, but one that would fit in. Next. And the design guidelines, we were consistent with that. We worked with CCA sub-area 3D, and I think you will know that's traditional principle based. If you go next. I know you know this all by heart, but I think it's very important. I think Jack will be referring to this image at 3.7.2, which is in the upper right-hand corner, and the kind of proportions that it presents, but we look to the materials and the precedents, and with that in mind, and then next slide. I want to address this one issue that we have on the back of our site is a remnant of an addition that was torn down many years ago that will be torn down to provide the site for this. If there is an issue with that, we don't think there's an issue on DC's level. If there's an issue with building 1, we have a plan that will deal with that, so that we are very appreciative of Tim addressing the issue right now so that we can proceed as planned with the building, the footprint that you're going to see right now from Jack. So I'm going to turn this over to him and let him give you the meat of this presentation, because we are trying to be respectful of the fact that you are way over your time. So bear with us.
Hi, this is Jack Foreman. Next page. Okay, this is the basic floor plan layout that shows how the building is organized. And it's a U-shaped building. As you can see, with our main entrance in the center, symmetrical about either side is the functional layout of the composition, which I'll be talking more about in the elevations. But here in the plan, we have a corner projection, a middle projection, and a corner projection that sort of divide up the building mass on Dahlia into an A, B, A, B, A sort of composition that I'll be talking more about in the elevations. But the overall back of the building is some green roof terraces and outdoor terrace spaces from an amenity area, and then it's set away from building 1 to have that separation. Next, please. On the lower level, we have all parking, and it's really not visible from any of the Dahlia perspective views. So next, please. This next slide, okay, good. This is our typical second and third floor that show that the units stack and the windows stack accordingly. And again, that's predominant in the elevation composition for the Georgian simplicity. And you can see basically how it's pretty much a symmetrical building and leading to a symmetrical facade. Next. Of particular sensitivity is how we utilize the penthouse for additional housing. And I just want to point out that it's pretty significantly set back from the facades on all 3 sides, 13 to 15 feet in different areas. And we'll talk more about that. But it's the basic composition of this penthouse area is neutral materials and offset windows so that it clearly is a a different part of the upper roof area of the building. Also, next slide, please. Also important as you look at the overall building is that the elements on top of the penthouse for solar and mechanical will be not visible. They are set back and of a low profile, and the utilization of our small parapet will make these elements not visible. Okay, this section sort of illustrates those that geometry of the three-story building and then the significant setback of the penthouse. So next. Okay. This is the important elevation, I think. It's literally a development design that's focusing on the Georgian principles of Georgian architecture, which is simplicity, symmetry, appropriate proportions, and minimal ornamentation, and stepped facades. So those general characteristics, I would like to point out in this composition for the massing. You have the corner element, the center element, and the corner element that are one-to-one proportions, and then the B space between those three elements are 1:5 proportions. And then we have the first and second floor oversized windows, the belt line, and then the smaller punched attic windows, again reflecting those proportions and those stacking symmetry that relates to the Georgian architecture of Building 1. So I think that pretty much covers kind of the main features of the facade and its composition. Next. As you look to the rear of the building, we have, because this is not visible from Dahlia at all. So here we have more simple materials, hardy panel, cement fiber panels at the top, and then clapboard siding in an offsetting pattern for the 3 floors of housing. Next. Then very importantly, the two end views that you will see from Dahlia represent the similar kind of 2-story stacked, larger windows, belt line, and then attic floor with smaller punched windows. We also have a 2.5-foot sort of detailed pediment that sort of creates a crisp top to the massing, and then set back from that is the penthouse. Next, please. Then the opposite end of the building is identical in principle and design. Then the next slide represents the general streetscape perspective, and you can begin to see the detailing of the 3 projected one-to-one massing elements. There's a little distortion in this one on the right because it is truly one-to-one, about 35 feet wide, 35 feet high. And then the middle band, we use a 3-color brick palette where we only use one in the 1 to 2 in the end elements, again matching what's in Building 1. But then in the middle B panels, we use the darker 3rd version with the middle version to create a darker middle panel to help again articulate the building. You can see that we have about 4 to 4.5 feet of the penthouse exposed. And I also want to point out that Dahlia has about a 10-foot rise as it's going from the Building 1 entry up to the far end of our building. So we've developed that on the projection that's in the forecourt of the rendering here. Forefront of the rendering is a recessed terrace area, and then in the middle of the building we align with the street slope for we can have handicap access direct into the building. And then at the other end we have more of a base, which is similar to the base on Building 1. So that's how we have tried to be sensitive to this 10-foot slope transition. And I know that staff was concerned about how that made the building maybe look a little bit squashed. but we've got some ideas that we've presented to help create a little more verticality in the three end elements and less verticality in the penthouse. So next, please. You can see again, this is looking up Dahlia right next to building 1. And here you don't really see the penthouse at all on the Dahlia front. On the side, you see somewhat of it. But, and again, I like the way you can see the three projected elements sort of creating a stepped pattern with the facade to reduce its 260-foot length. So as you get a little further away, next slide, okay. Next slide, please. There we go. A little further away, you're seeing it. Then as you get to the last slide, you're a little closer. But this is the point at which you really see the 4 feet or so of the penthouse. I also want to point out the sort of belt course that's on building 1 pretty much lines up with our base due to the grade drop off. The 3rd floor belt course line is within a foot or two of aligning with building 1. Which we felt was a good way to have a subtle relationship that's pretty obvious between the two buildings. Next slide, please. This is our section of a person standing directly across the street, and there you can see about 4 feet of the upper penthouse area. Next slide, please. These are blow-ups that show the level of simple details that we've added to the main entry facade element, and it's the same for the 3 projecting elements. And we also have worked on an embellished entryway with using a stone-like material to create some interesting articulations for the building entry, elegant but simple and timeless. You can see the various material types on the back. You can see the color ranges and the divisions of the different materials that we're using on the back. Again, more blow-up details. We spent a great deal of time trying to do, simple, elegant, timeless, Georgian-related detailing for the brick. Then, as looking at staff's report, there were a number of interesting elements pointed out that we'd like to continue to work with staff on. But I think we've tried to respond here to them specifically with these submitted additions. And what we did here, as you can see in the rendering, we have increased the 3rd floor brick height above the windows about 1.5 feet. We've also reduced, we've taken the 2.5 foot sort of pediment area that's on the top of the corner brick elements, and we've kept that, but we've taken it off of the brick between the B panels, the 1 to 1.5 proportion B panels that are between the 3 A panels. And because we wanted to create greater height with the projected A panel elements to again further soften the length of the building and really articulate it into 5 panels, 3 of which are the primary focus. Obviously, and we've also lowered the penthouse by 1.5 feet, so literally it disappears, except a little bit on the corner. And then if you, the next slide, I think is a similar version, or is the more specific revision. If you go to the next one, the elevations, yeah. Okay. Could we go back to the elevations, sheet 29? Yes, okay. So here you can see, and it's a little darker in print, but we've added additional windows to the penthouse. We've lowered the penthouse so that it has less height. Again, as I said earlier, we've expanded the height by 1.5 feet of the brick elements, and all the brick, both A and B brick elements by 1.5 feet. So we've, in essence, taken 3 feet out of the visual sense of the exposure of the penthouse. Then as you look at the renderings, and I'm sorry I don't have a side by side here, but I think this has been hopefully a pretty significant sort of reduction of staff's concern about the visibility of the penthouse, adding a second window to half the windows, again, adds more articulation and interest. So with that, in the renderings, you can see that the penthouse literally disappears in this modification as you look at these different renderings. And with that, I would express my appreciation for allowing me to present our design efforts for the project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do board members have questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Are there any other buildings on the campus that change the brick colors the way you've just articulated?
Yes. Do you want me to answer that? I can answer that. Yes.
Or who answers it? Do you have a picture of it? Do you have a picture of it?
Yes, there was one in this presentation, and then there's one that you approved probably maybe the most recently, which is the QRS building, also known as Reynard, which the same architect has done. I don't know that it's in this presentation. But that one has 3 different colors of brick. And where I'm looking for is, stop right there. Lower right-hand corner, this building is catty corner from parcel M, and it has a brown brick at the top, and then it has the red brick at the bottom.
The building, the one WDG design on the bottom right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't
I would also say we have different colors of brick in almost every one of the buildings. I've got the one.
Do any of the historic buildings do this? I can't recall, but do any of the historic buildings do this?
No.
I would have said that maybe building 11 had some painted brick on it that the school has since removed, and it was in an area on the back. Oh, and there is painted brick on Curran House, which is building number 17. It's in the southwest. It's if you're looking at this plan, it's the one that's all the way on the left of the left image, and it's painted white in the middle and then has 2 brick ends with gables on them.
So Tim, if my memory serves me correctly, for the building on the bottom right that's on the screen, the 2 different colors here were used to make it look like 2 different buildings. They were not used to articulate one building. Is that correct?
Your recollection is correct.
So it's a different application of the 2 different colors.
Yes.
Right. I would think, I mean, I can understand maybe where you're headed with this. I think the goal here is to have it maintain the one building look, but have a slightly darker recessed panel brick to help reinforce the corners. That's why I said it would be like a 3 brick color palette that would be the same sort of brick grouping. They could either all be together, or you could pull one out and make it a little lighter or a little darker, depending on which one you pulled out. So,
and when buildings meet the sky at Walter Reed, you folks have probably looked at this more than I have. Is it a lighter color, like campaniles or whatever are at the tops of buildings, or is it this color you've represented here? In other words, when they, there's a variety there.
It's a variety. Honestly, the very first building we had was designed as a dark taupe, and one of our neighbors objected, and she said she'd be on our side if we did it as beige, and beige it is. And so each building carries its own penthouse color. There is no consistency throughout.
we were proposing in the suggestions that we go to a slightly darker color, not a black, but a darker than sort of mid tan, or just sort of, yeah. So if you look at this rendering, or the elevation and the renderings. We were proposing that it be slightly darker than what we originally proposed.
And there's a couple of places on the facade where you have sort of fake windows filled in, openings that, you know, that look like they may have been windows, so they get filled in. Could you just explain those a little bit?
The end units have kitchens and bathrooms that create some conflicts with the window facades. So, and the stacked units, yeah, if you look, if you zoom into the right there, that's a bathroom and closet on the outside wall of the unit.
Okay. So that, okay, so that's where that occurs?
Yes.
And this is Emily. I just would like to say, I think that the issue with the colors of the brick, the color of the penthouse, and the blind windows on the side are tricks, let's call them, that historically have been used many times to try to either create shadows or to continue a sense of proportions that just like with a blind window, just a blank wall wouldn't do. So we were, we're trying to put in components that are within the budget of this affordable housing, senior building, that is also limited only to 40 feet and 3 stories by zoning, which is unfortunate. But I mean, we're trying to make the most out of a tight budget here. So that was the point of this exercise.
Aren't we
Yes,
all?
yeah, indeed, indeed.
I mean, I would just say that the recessed window elements are valuable in sort of articulating the brick facade where you functionally can't have a window. And so that was our goal, was to maintain the rhythm of the pattern of the articulation of the facade. And
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, obviously it's something that's been done before historically. So I just was wondering the exact reason for why, because it's hard to see from the plans exactly how they relate to the facades.
Yeah, I think generally you might have a different looking brick at window arches. For instance, they could be rubbed brick, or perhaps at a water table where you might have a different bond pattern. This strikes me as sort of a more 21st century kind of, hey, the building's long, so let's break it up with different colors. Maybe the darker color will make the recessed area look further recessed. You can sort of choose whether you, as we've observed, it is rather squat given how long it is. You can choose whether whether it's more important to reinforce the overall composition, which is probably the way I would lean, or whether it's just simply acceptable to vary it, which I could also argue for as being sufficiently compatible. There's some detail issues that, especially as it gets revised, need further looking at. Like, for instance, the the belt course at the top story here. Typically, a belt course is going to project, and it's actually going to cut through the coins at the corner. And I think that's an element where it's also been changed in its treatment on the different parts of the building. So the projecting portions are all similar, and the recessed portions are similar to each other. But I think an element like that should be carried through consistently across the building.
I would agree.
And I think in our original, if you could go back to page 23. You go to page 23. Yeah, and I would agree with you that maybe the changes to the belt line at the third floor was a bridge too far, because this is a continuous stone band, which I think is preferable. I would agree. And that's where we were originally. So.
One thing that Tim mentioned in his report was the balustrade, and that could be either, I think, accented with a white wood, or it could be a brick parapet that sets back slightly from the cornice that's there. And then the other thing that happens sometimes in these historic buildings, as I'm sure Emily shared with you, is they have these little applied white painted porches or elements that serve to break up the facade or the length of the facade. And I wondered if you explored any of those as solutions for this project.
If you go back to the to one of the closer renderings, like if go to page well, you could go to page 29. Right. What we didn't specifically, because of functional reasons and simplicity reasons, we developed this embellishment of the entry as a residential sort of mark and embellishment to the entry of the building, and felt very comfortable with the size and proportion of that in relationship to that center projected element. Because we have the slope, we're able to articulate the left-hand side of the building with almost a 9-foot base with horizontal detailing of recessed brick. And then we come to the middle of the building where the entry is, and then we have this terrace area that's lower as we go up the hill. So we actually felt that provided with the entry some simplistic and hopefully elegant kind of articulation, and we didn't need to add porches that really weren't functionally appropriate to the units. But we did try and develop different types of articulation on each end of the building as it met the ground.
Yeah, I understand the slope, and you have the water table on the one end and you're not able to do it. It dies into the grade on the other side. One of the things I wondered about the application of porches, maybe on the 2 bays that project, to further emphasize their projection rather than modifying the brick, is in the 4 windows in the middle between the water table and the belt course. You could have like a white framed or painted porch element. Maybe it's just a Juliet porch, or maybe it's just an applied appearance of a porch. Some of those things happened in some of the buildings on this campus too, in that way.
Well, we were sort of trying to find a page to go to.
If you look at page 5 in your slideshow, I think it's 5. It's
right.
Some of the precedent imagery.
Exactly.
Not balcony, but it's just detail with
definitely page 5.
Yeah, I think this sort of language helps to break up some of the relentless simplicity.
If you look at page 5, and I don't know if you can zoom into that upper right photograph, but these 2 wings had sleeping porches on them, I assume, originally, and that's the reason and then they were enclosed over time. That kind of articulation we did look at and think about, but it didn't seem to have the the sort of functionality. If you look at the other end of the building, I don't know if you can zoom into this picture, but the other end of the building is a very strong sort of reflection of what we've been trying to do. We did look at this end, but we felt that it was adding an extra kind of direction to the functionality of the units that we really were not comfortable with from a residential standpoint. But the other side of this building image is very similar to how we've massed the building. So there is a relationship to other buildings within the campus in what we're doing, is kind of my point.
I'd like to add one other comment there, that is Dahlia is the major east-west connector through this site. It's the main pedestrian route. And there's a weird thing that happens with building 1. If you went to the site plan part of this, you'll see that the steps in building 1 actually project out really far into the right of way. You don't see it on this plan. I think it's maybe, I don't know if it's more on the zoning plan that shows the rights of way. And I'm not sure if that's in here, but that building had 2 sets of stairs and Nat's got 1 because they were so far into the right of way, they would have been in the drive aisle. And so the lowest set was a later set and was removed as part of the infrastructure. DDOT holds us to a very wide sidewalk here, and we're held by zoning not just to the 40 feet and the 3 stories, but also to have the building meet the property line at the right of way. And so there is a very narrow indent where we have the planting strips in front of the 2 indented areas that are called B areas. But my suspicion is that not only do we have the highest in environmental standards here with bioretention in our street, but a requirement for a very wide sidewalk that makes projections from the building into the right-of-way a little bit challenging.
Guess in my suggestion, I'm not suggesting that it's an actual porch where you'd have a table and chairs and have like a 8-foot depth, but just even like at 2-foot depth or an 18-inch depth would give some detail on the outside of what is an unrelenting length of brick facade. And it's something that's used in the vocabulary. I'm just skimming through the design guidelines now to find a page because it's not in your presentation. I'm sure Emily probably could find it faster than me in doing that. But the other question that I had, Emily, for Emily is related to the tunnel. And I guess, Tim, do you think there's any merit to any archaeology or any other things that we need to be aware of below grade with that tunnel and its connector and the history of the site?
Short answer is no.
Okay.
Because I mean that's pretty much what it is we're aware of what it is, and you would get foundations, but those foundations probably would have disturbed whatever was there. But the whole campus has been surveyed at this point, and there are some areas where there's some potential for archaeological resources that predate the campus, but in most cases have low potential. Most areas have low potential.
Okay, I was just wondering about cisterns or anything like that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. Then we don't have anybody registered to speak on this application. So if there are no other questions, is the board ready to deliberate? All right. I would like to see this come back to us. I think that I completely agree with Gretchen. I think there's some detailing that would help to break up what appears to be a really oversimplified facade that really doesn't help with the fact that the building appears really squat, or I think it exacerbates the fact that the building's squat and very long. And I think there's precedent on the campus for this, and it would be helpful to see the applicant revisit that aspect of the concept and come back to us with revisions.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Marnique. Couple of things I think I could contribute to that. I understand, the purpose of this building, and these buildings are not buildings that typically have huge construction budgets for a lot of bells and whistles. But I think in its simplicity, which I think is admirable, it may have gone a bridge too far. And what I think we need to see a little bit is some thought about where to spend a little bit of effort on detailing so that the basic simplicity is supported by a little bit of detailing in places that give the building a little bit more interest. I'm not terribly troubled by the length and the squatness of it. What I find a little odd, I find the two brick colors odd. Because you know ways to articulate facades, you either change color or change planes, but you rarely do them both at the same time. And I think changing planes there tends to achieve some things that probably don't need to be reinforced by changing the brick color, because it sort of suggests that it might be a different building and things. I think that's a little bit strange. I think the comments that have been made about the horizontal entablature between the second and third floor being continuous, there is also something that needs to be revisited. I think when it was eliminated in the pieces flanking the entrance, I think that doesn't help. I wonder a little bit, some of the strategies you see on these end pavilions at the rest of the campus, sometimes the windows gang together and make a larger reading there. So that might be one way to sort of punctuate the end of the facade, rather than just stamping it all out. There may be some ways to do that that are not necessarily expensive, but in terms of slightly altering the cadence of the facade and ganging the windows together might work with the unit layouts. It may in fact give some emphasis to these end pavilions. The building being taller, as the architect showed in some of the studies, is probably helpful. I wonder a little bit about the continuous line of the penthouse. In some of the renderings, it's quite dramatic. Don't know what could be done about that. And then the last thing I would say about the end wings, where I was asking about the blank windows, I do wonder whether there could be the way the indentation works along the Dahlia Street side, whether as you turn the corner there could be a corollary indentation, maybe the same dimension or maybe not, because when you go to, where's the picture I was looking at? If you go to the first picture, that first rendering there, if you could go back to the cover picture that has the historic building in the foreground. Yeah, when you look at, right, you had it there. Go to the one that has the other one from the other direction, yeah, that one. You see that blank wall. I think if that was relieved, if there was a plane change there, it would probably mitigate some of the issues about the blankness of that, and might even not necessitate the fake windows. But in fact, by breaking the cornice there, it would probably give us some relief as it turns the corner. Not a huge issue, but something that I think they should take a look at. So, in general, I like it for its simplicity. I think I don't know, I think somebody said something about the simplicity is also something that is a bit of an issue now, because it's walking the line between something elegant and simple and something that looks like it's been stripped down to the point where it loses interest. And that's where I think that some work has to be done.
Yeah, it's funny, we often end up asking applicants to simplify and edit, and this one is the opposite. So, yeah, so then with that, rather than take a vote on this, I think generally the board is in support of this, but would like to see further revisions based on our comments before this comes back to us for a vote.
May we, I don't know if it's proper for me to talk right now or not, so I apologize in advance.
Usually, but did you have a question?
Yeah, we're on a deadline for affordable housing round, and it's one of the reasons why we pushed so hard to get to you and worked really hard to get Tim's input throughout this so that we could meet that deadline, because it's a once-a-year deadline. And so I wonder if you would give us the relief to work with Tim on this and take your comments into account and give us a vote of support, but that we have to come back to you in whatever the proper forum is so that we can meet that deadline, because it's important to this development overall. And I know it's a big ask, but we're happy to do whatever it is you ask us to do. But we'd really like to hit that deadline.
And when is your deadline?
The round is supposed to be in July, and so we need to be approved. We had hoped to be at your earlier board meeting, but that didn't work out. So we're at this board meeting. So we had hoped for an approval in this board meeting so that we could write in our application that we have your support of this, because without it, we will not hit the threshold.
Um,
Is this an annual application or does it come around
Yes.
again?
No, it's annual.
Annual.
And it's
do you have any?
probably oversubscribed. It's a really competitive thing, but it's important to us. There's a great need in this ward. It was a promise from us to our community, especially for seniors. And, you know, it's, we've worked as fast as we could and as well as we could to create this. I heard your comments. I understand it, and I'm open to doing what you ask us to do.
Can you make the revisions and come back in June?
Yes.
Our calendar should allow for 2 meetings in June if we need 2 meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Should be 22nd and 29th.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think what we're asking is something that's a big lift.
I agree.
So if you could do that, that would be tremendous, because it doesn't sound like you just need to be able to say you have the board's approval. And hopefully we could get to that in 3 weeks.
Right. And I heard you say you need to see it back. I didn't know if you could do that as like, I'm not sure what the correct term is, but the staff approval or, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to delegate this to staff.
Okay.
At this point, because I think the board is going to want to see this.
Okay.
Before we approve it.
Thank
But we could work fast if you can.
We can. Be assured, we can.
Okay.
It's very important to us to accomplish this.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I certainly would have wanted to see it come back, particularly because it's affordable housing. I think it should come back. So thank you for that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the affordable housing is incredibly important and valuable, but we want it to
be compatible.
You know, you don't want it.
Yeah.
Also, I think some of the things we're suggesting, I think could perhaps bring it to the next level so it doesn't look like affordable housing. So it looks as good as everything else out there.
So exactly, that was going to be my next point. Yeah, you don't want it to look like affordable housing. And right now it's on the verge.
That's exactly right, Martinique. The way it reads is almost institutional. And I don't think that this building should stand out in that way. So I am exactly on the same page with you all.
Okay. All right. Well, then we look forward to seeing this come back to us soon.
Thank you. We appreciate it very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Opportunity.
All right. And we are ready to shift gears to Anacostia, 1603 Good Hope Road, Southeast. Do you want to present first, Amania?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and leave it there. Good afternoon, board and everyone. I'm here for the Anacostia Historic District to talk about 1603 Good Hope Road, Southeast. The applicant, Amir Arani, with plans prepared by Square 134, seek conceptual design review for the construction of a 6-story plus penthouse residential and retail building located on a corner lot in the Anacostia Historic District. The site is currently occupied by a 1-story non-contributing laundromat and a surface parking. Originally, this project came to staff as a feasibility study, and the applicant decided to go ahead and put forth a conceptual design review. The project is located on the corner of Good Hope Road and 16th Street and adjacent to a vacant lot next to 1605 and 1607 Good Hope Road, where the board recently gave final concept approval for the construction of the 5-story residential and retail building. The site is bordered by commercial properties on either side, with residential properties at the rear behind the public alley. The block context includes the vacant laundromat, 1-story non-contributing office building, and 2 to 3-story residential apartments. The project calls for the construction of a 6-story building with a penthouse. The building will be clad primarily in brick and incorporate Art Deco motifs, such as horizontal brick bands and vertical piers around the window and at the corner. On Good Hope Road, the building will rise to 65 feet in height with a 5-story primary mass and a slight setback on the 6th floor. There's a 1-to-1 setback for the penthouse. And the building will have a projecting bay tower element on each of the 2 primary elevations, and then step down to a 4-story at the rear with the setback for the 5th and 6th floors. For the planning considerations, the site is within the area for Minnesota Avenue Southeast and 18th Street along Good Hope Road. It was modified with the 2021 comprehensive plan update and changing the designation for it on the future land use map from a low to moderate density commercial use. From low to moderate density commercial use. The project will be seeking zoning map amendment for their increased height under the designation from MU4 to MU7. The comprehensive plan encourages retail development in historic Anacostia and encourages combining upper story housing with ground floor retail. The Anacostia Transit Area Development Plan stated that infill buildings should be sensitive to additions in the historic fabric and build to the existing street grid. Special design considerations would be considered to ensure that appropriate corner treatments and ground floor uses. They discussed central piece for art as well as gathering places at these crossroads. The board has reviewed several new projects, most recently last week, as well as over the course of 2 years for larger projects along Good Hope Road and MLK corridors, many of which have raised the question about compatible heights. Most of these projects have ultimately been approved for height at the 5-story mass with setbacks from the top floors, generally one or more floors, to help break down the building's mass. This current proposal is the first for a 6-story building proposed in the Anacostia Historic District. The height is greater than those found in the established ranges of the height in the historic district. Although there are larger scale construction found close by, the historic and new buildings in the historic district are lower than 65 feet. And set away from the historic commercial corridor, which is that gateway between on MLK and Good Hope Road. The top floors are set back from the proposed project, which are less than what is the board typically recommends for new construction projects, and it makes the 6th floor and the penthouse visible along Good Hope Road on each side. The project is consistent with the comprehensive plan designation, and as it does intend to encourage additional density along the neighborhood commercial corridors. The design with its Art Deco modern styling is a familiar choice for the historic district. And the design takes advantage of the style and character of massing, modulated massing breakdowns for size and provided visual interest. If the board finds that a 6th-floor building can be compatibly inserted in this location, HPO recommends that the 6th floor be reduced in size and pulled back significantly off of Good Hope Road and the 16th Street elevations to reduce its perceived height and mass. The penthouse should similarly be studied on how to further minimize its visibility and give consideration to the materials that are compatible color that will be seen coming down even from Minnesota Avenue or coming over the bridge from MLK. Additional design attention should also be given to the 1st floor retail base of the building, which could benefit from larger storefronts, more prominent entries, and sign bands to activate the buildings at a street level. HPO is seeking the board's direction on the proposed height of the building and recommends that if the 6-story building is determined to be compatible, that the 6th floor and penthouse be reduced in size and visibility, and that the base of the building be revised for a stronger retail presence, and that the project return for further study. Just to note, I have received comment from the ANC that they recently heard the case but did not take a vote for the ANC. So just so that's already out there. And then of course, HAPS, Greta and Camille will be speaking on their engagement. I'll let the applicant speak on their building and we'll take it from there.
Thanks, Amania. Is the applicant ready?
We are. Yep. Good afternoon, Jonathan Mellon, architectural historian. Good afternoon, Chair Heath, board members Auerbach, Beatty, Bell, and Thaler. On behalf of our client, 100 Fund, as Amania noted, we're very pleased to be before you for the proposed project at 1603 Good Hope Road Southeast. I'm joined by our client, Amir Arani, managing partner at 100 Fund, and Emil Rotman, senior associate at Square 134 Architects. Amania has really touched on every point that I was going to make, but I will just quickly note there's some fundamental design principles that our team has worked closely with staff and the community on. The first being, as you can see in the slide before you, that the new construction at this corner hold the corner. As you all know, presently there is a 1-story former restaurant building from the early 1970s that's set back quite a bit from the corner with a surface parking lot around it. And so one of the goals is to really stitch together the community fabric here along Good Hope Road and 16th Street Southeast. As Amania noted, you all have recently given approval to the building that you can see directly to the left of our proposed new construction. In addition, our client has really stressed the goal of bringing a high quality product to the community, both in terms of design and the mixed use. And as our design team will walk you through in a moment, you will see that there are some really wonderful, in my view, Art Deco inspired elements in the proposed design. We can go to the next slide, please. We're very fortunate to be working with a design team that is very familiar with wards 7 and 8. And as you can see on the slide before you right now, they've handled in the design of a number of projects which are indicated on the map that's before you. So I know you all have had a long day, so I'm going to turn it over now to Amir, who's going to walk you through kind of his vision for this project, as well as all of the notable community outreach that he's done. And then our design team will walk you through the project. And we look forward to hearing from you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Chair Heath and members of the board. I'm Amir Irani. I'm representing ownership. I'll just briefly discuss our community outreach efforts, being mindful of everyone's time, and then hand this off to Emily Rotman, Ms. Rotman from our architecture team. We've worked with multiple nonprofits, a handful of nonprofits in the neighborhood. Our goal was to hold community events and reach people where they are. We did that by holding these community events that included book giveaways and winter coat drives. But we also canvassed the neighborhood, and we paid particular attention to the immediate streets surrounding our project. So that's on Good Hope Road and right on U Street. As a result of our efforts, we have received over 100 letters of support, with the vast majority coming from Ward 8 residents. While I know this is mostly about historic preservation, I just want to say that community involvement, bringing retail services and mission-driven organizations are a big part of the DNA of this project. And we're very happy to be in the Anacostia neighborhood and to be presenting a building of this high quality design with a parking garage that is affordable. I'm happy and proud to stand behind that. And with that, I'll hand it off to Ms. Rotman on our architecture team.
Thank you, Mr. Irani. Emily Rotman, Square 134 Architects. Thank you, Chairman Heath and the board for having us present today. Just if we could switch to the next slide to sort of summarize the talking points of what Mr. Irani had just discussed. As you can see, we have had over 100 individuals supporting the project, also a number of local businesses, including many of the residences that are just behind the property. And if you could go to the next slide, please. This is just an aerial view of our site. As you can see, the project's located at the corner of Good Hope Road and 16th Street. Currently has a one-story non-contributing freestanding building on the property, as well as surface parking. Next slide. And these are just some of the images of the property from street view. Next slide. As you can see, when approaching the site from either direction with the surface parking that's there, it creates a pretty large break in development along Good Hope Road. You can also see from the street view images that there are already a number of projects either under construction, and we also know there are some soon to be under construction along Good Hope Road, and that these developments that are occurring in this area are already transforming the surrounding context by providing additional height and density to Good Hope Road. Next slide. And that these projects are consistent with the zoning regulations illustrated in the zoning map. Next slide. These efforts also reflect the design goals of the future land use map. And as we had noted, that there is a push to have more moderate density provided in this area as part of that future land use. Next slide. And so our approach to this project, we did a lot of research around the surrounding context of what's happening in this location. And this map is just sort of a brief overview of some of the key projects we've noted while completing this research. But next slide. We confirmed from our research that there are a number of community-based resources that are creating anchors and are helping define where primary retailers and high-density streets should be located. Next slide. As we mentioned, there are several recently completed and soon to be completed structures that are 4 stories or more in height. Next slide. And that many buildings in the Anacostia Historic District have unique detailing along the primary facades. These elements are largely are the Art Deco formation and consist of both geometric parapets and masonry detailing. Next slide. And though we realize a couple of the images on this slide were not a part of the historic review process, we do want to note that the variation in overall height and number of stories between adjacent structures and nearby neighbors is already a part of the neighborhood context. So as an example, it's not uncommon to find a 2-story building directly adjacent to a 5-story building, especially at prominent corner sites. Next slide. We will also be going through the BZA process to request a map amendment for MU7A. And although we are going to be requesting an increase in zoning, we are not planning to meet that maximum density. We very much are interested in trying to provide a design that meets the surrounding context and is appropriate for this area. Next slide. And so our goal with this project is to have a building that can anchor the corner, use masonry detailing to reflect the historic character of Anacostia, and allow the proposed massing to complement the surrounding context. Next slide. And with this, we've also created adjacencies with our neighboring buildings, and we also set the building back along 16th Street to improve pedestrian access with the overall streetscape. Next slide. And then here are some example images of form and details that we've been considering as we are working through the overall aesthetic and massing of the proposed building. We are very interested in being sensitive to the historic fabric of Anacostia, and our goal would be that the cladding is primarily in masonry and incorporating Art Deco motifs. Next slide. So we actually are considering 2 different color ranges and look to the board to provide their opinion. The first one being a darker red or maroon color scheme. And if you go to the next slide, the alternative being a more traditional tans and yellow palette seen for Art Deco buildings. And next slide. And this is just a larger site plan showcasing that with this project, along with some of the other recently approved projects, that we would be helping infill an empty corner along Good Hope Road, and which would also help promote walkability and anchor the neighborhood with community-focused retail. Next slide. And actually, for this section, if you could just flip through from 2.6 to 2.12, I'm just going to read a few things that can apply to all of these views. So our goal is to have an Art Deco modern styling that's a familiar choice with the Anacostia Historic District, where the proposed design uses the style to break down the massing size. And it's accomplished by using Art Deco characters and detailing to modulate the massing and provide visual interest. These details include historic brick bands and vertical piers around the windows and projecting bay towers near the corner intersection of the 2 primary elevations. And lastly, we wanted to note that there's a step down to 4 stories at the rear where the 5th and 6th floors set back to provide a little bit more relief along the area facing the residences. Next slide. So these are our proposed elevations, and we also wanted to showcase some other buildings that we considered at the same time while working through our proposed design. Number of these, we liked the size, height, and the harmony that they had with masonry detailing. Next slide. And then this is just, again, the other main primary elevation with showcasing, again, that level of masonry detailing that we looked at for some recently completed projects. Next slide. So as we noticed, previously noted, the majority of the massing is towards the corner of 16th Street and Good Hope Road, and that we did set back the upper floors for the location facing the alleyway across from the residences. And I think also just to kind of note, as you can see in the sections, the reason we are requesting additional relief or asking for a map amendment to have an upzoning would be to be providing more retail to the property that is community-based retail, along with family-sized units for the residential portion. Next slide. And then this is just our typical plans, and you can note the number of family-sized units that we're proposing. Next slide. And this is just our penthouse floor plan. Just to note, the majority of the penthouse is specifically just to provide access to the roof deck. We purposefully made this undersized to try to have it hidden, particularly from street view. And next slide. So we appreciate that the staff report notes how the proposed design breaks down the building size and provides visual interest with the use of Art Deco styling. If the board finds that a 6th floor building can be inserted into this location, we understand that top floor and penthouse should continue to be studied to ensure compatibility. We also understand that the retail base would benefit from additional refinements to include larger storefronts and more prominent entries to activate the street level. We'd like to thank you for your time. Look forward to the board's direction regarding both the compatibility and preferred color scheme. And at this time, I'd like to open it up to questions.
Great, thank you. What's been your engagement to date with the community and specifically HAPS? And I know that Greta and Camille are on, so we'll hear more from them, but just wanted to understand.
Sure, I'd like Mr. Irani to answer that question.
So we have exchanged a few emails, but haven't had an opportunity to meet face-to-face or over a video conference to have any substantive feedback from them, though we look forward to engaging in order to do that.
Great. Board members have any questions at this time?
So are we reviewing this for approval or comments or what? Because the package we received did not have this level of detail in it.
This is for concept.
Yes, this
Right.
was submitted. Initially, we had filed for a feasibility study review, I believe in March, but then ultimately decided just to proceed with a full concept review, and we refiled that in for the May meeting. And that should be, I did see that in the box uploaded.
Oh,
Yeah.
because what I have, sorry, go
You
ahead.
have more in your package that's being presented now than I think was in ours.
Quite a bit more. There's at least the one I'm looking at doesn't really have any facades,
Mm-hmm.
right? It has
No.
almost no articulation of the building in the package.
Right. Yeah, it's
Also,
really
it's
about
all
massing.
Yeah, it's just about massing.
I think that there was some confusion because, and I recall this from the box link maybe a week ago, was that while we had submitted this package that you're seeing there, the box link had shown the package that we had submitted a few months ago. So I think that it had been updated. I know it had been updated by HPO, and I think that they just dropped a link right there too, helpfully. So
Well, the other problem I'm seeing is I don't see the staff report in the file. Do any of my colleagues on the board see a staff report in the
It's
stuff
not
I have?
Yeah, it's not in the box file, but I found it on the HPO website.
Yeah.
Oh,
Website.
I had to
Oh,
ask
okay.
for it, Matt.
Yeah, I had to look for it.
Our apologies about that. I think we also emailed it to you all earlier this week.
Yeah, we got from Juliana.
Steve, who reads email for crying out loud? Jeez.
We were having some issues with the box late last week and early this week, so that's why
Well,
we
I
sent it.
apologize, and I missed that. So
I'm glad you said it, Matt. I thought I was the only one. I asked for it offline.
I saw the
Yeah, I
staff
mean-
report, but the packet we have, Matt, you're right, in the boxes from March.
It's different.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So when was that emailed, Steve? Do you know offhand?
I think on Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay. All right. Let me look here.
Matt, if you're looking for the staff report, I just put a direct link to it in the chat for this meeting.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I got it. All right, thank you. Let me take a quick look here.
Great. Any other questions in the meantime? We do have people registered to speak, so we can hear testimony as the board goes through this additional documentation. So Patrick O'Keefe is the first person I have.
He emailed and said he wasn't going to be available today. He was
Got it.
flying out.
Mr. O'Keefe, just to expand on that, Mr. O'Keefe texted me yesterday to say that he had an emergency trip to Texas, a work trip, and that he'd be in the air at this time. But him in particular, he lives on U Street, immediately behind the alley, and had registered to testify.
Okay. What about Cameron Montgomery?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, you can give your testimony.
How's everyone today? My name is Karen Montgomery. I'm a project manager for the nonprofit Civic Suds that will be leasing space at 1603 Good Hope Road, pending approval for the redevelopment. I want to thank you each for allowing me to testify here today. Over the last year, I've had the distinct pleasure of working closely with community members, the developers, and other businesses and nonprofits in historic Anacostia and Ward 8 to identify how Civic Suds could be a benefit to the community. With the permission of Mr. Irani, Civic Suds has been able to activate the space by beginning outreach and building relationships in the community, particularly directly around the current laundromat. We have hosted numerous community events, community giveaways, and community listening sessions in an effort to do both meaningful but also tangible work. We know that safety, loitering, and potential displacement are top of mind for residents when thinking of the old laundromat lot and what will come. Civic Suds currently is working at every level with the community and different residents like Mr. O'Keefe to correct each of those concerns. Through our time at 1603 Good Hope Road, we have been able to give away over 5,000 pounds of books and clothing. We've been able to help Ketchum Elementary School by doing a school supplies drive to support the principal and the students there. So far, we have been able to meet different seasonal needs of the community. However, to continue to do so and to sustain our efforts, we do need help. And so we are asking that with your help, Good Hope Road can once again become a safe and thriving area that all residents look to with a true pride rather than somewhere residents are afraid to walk. And so we're asking with the above mentioned, please vote in favor of the redevelopment for 1603 Good Hope Road. And overall, thank you so much for allowing me to testify on behalf of such a great redevelopment effort.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we'll hear from HAPS. I see both Greta and Camille are on. You all can decide who goes first.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Camille.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, just seconding the testimony we heard, like we all want this site to be redeveloped. It's been a vacant building there for some time, but I think, having it redeveloped doesn't mean, we should put anything of any size. So I think in terms of processes, I'm a bit unsatisfied a bit the way things have been moving, because as we heard, there's been problem with files. So we've seen this presentation for the first time. The one we were able to find online was an older one, and we couldn't find the staff report with that. So, that's not ideal, to have a good discussion and for such an important project. So maybe next time it's important to do that. In terms of discussion, yeah, we thought the applicant would reach out to us to discuss, but this didn't happen. So the entire process is not, it's not great. I think, let's try to work better for next time. On the positive side about the development, I think the idea to go toward the Art Deco architecture seems to me appropriate. I don't see enough about the material, but if the material are bricks, and alike, this is appropriate. But please, for a big building, this is going to be a large building, whether it's 7-story like it is now or 4 or 5. This is going to be a big building. So please, material matters, and I think we need to be mindful of that. Overall, I think the assessments here is being sort of influenced by what has been approved by the board next to it, where the board approved a large building. So we kind of, I guess, have to be consistent with that. But I want to remember, I've been listening to the other cases today, where, I think, we were recognizing the importance of other historic districts in terms of their character. So let's keep in mind that, this is the only historic district east of the river. And what defines historic Anacostia is a large concentration of small scale building, So I think we need to be mindful of that, that if the board goes toward bigger building, it needs to be some outstanding architecture. Okay, so here, I think overall, since the board approved the large building next to it, you could see room for a larger building than a 2-3 story. But really, are we going to go from, you approved last meeting, a 5-story? So are we moving now to a 7-story for the corner building? Are we going up? Are we supposed to go down toward the historic fabric of the neighborhood? Because this is going to be the junction between the new building you just approved, 5-story, toward the liquor store that is 2-story. So why are we going up? I think we should be going down. So in terms of massing, I don't think it should be bigger than what has been approved by the board during the last hearing. So I think on the massing thing, I remember that a few years ago, HPO used to have a much more clearer recommendation to the board in terms of massing. A few years ago, a lot of the buildings you've seen that are new and big constructions are actually outside of the historic district, okay? And they're used as example, the outside of the historic district. But until a few years ago, and the big K, I mean, the Maple View Flats, which is a 5-story or 4-story on Good Hope, Team Denis was very clear. It was 4-story, what was acceptable in the historic district. And the reason why we ended up going bigger is because we got a case going to the mayor's agent. And now it become like a new rules that we're using that as the new standard. And that was an exception. So I'm very surprised now that it's becoming sort of the normal thing. So for this location, to be honest, I think it should not be, it should be maybe 4-story. I really like the idea of going toward an Art Deco building. And I really think, there should be a lot of attention to material and detail, the same way this is being done in other historic districts. I've been listening to the case before. We had a very long description about a project, or how it was inspired by Georgian architecture, about the parapets, about all these details. I hope we can reach that level of discussion for historic district, because it's really needed. And I don't want people. I know we all want this site to be redeveloped because of the safety issue we have around that, but this should not become an excuse for us accepting anything. So with that, I'll give a chance to Greta to complement. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready for me, Chairman Heath?
We are
Okay.
ready.
Okay, this is Greta Fuller, also a member of Historic Anacostia Preservation. First, I'd like to thank Civic Suds for their work in the community. It's important, the work that it sounds like that you've been doing in the community. I won't reiterate what Camille, I won't, say the same things that Camille said, but when I first look at the building, it's just the massing, the volume, and the height. It looks to be a bit much to me. It just looks very, very dense. That's the thing that catches my eye. And it looks like no breathing room anywhere there. It's just a big, massive building. But the materials and the Art Deco, I could understand. I also spoke specifically with HABA, Historic Anacostia Block Association, which is a group that encompasses the historic district. And I asked them that they give a letter of support for this. And the direct words from the founder was that no, that the building was too high, and most of the neighbors were concerned about the height because of the amount of traffic that it would create, and that it was just too massive. But they like the idea of what they were going to be doing, maybe the Civic Suds, and they like the Art Deco, but the massing was incredibly high for them. The other thing I did was I went to the ANC yesterday and I spoke with the chair, and I asked them had they heard from this organization, and they said yes, they had came to their meeting, but they had specific concerns and they could not vote on it because something with parking and other things with the building that the developers could not answer for them at that time. So we have two major organizations within the community, along with HATS, that don't agree with partially the massing and some other particulars with the ANC. Not that we don't want to see this developed, but we think that it's being rushed and it's not really the project itself isn't really being explained and talked about and massaged and really listened to by the developer from the community and HAPS. And I don't know what the ANC actually want, but I know they haven't heard our input. And HABA, they didn't take in consideration their input. But we do want this space developed. We like the idea of the Art Deco, but the massing, the volume, and the 2 extra stories taller than the building next door, or the 6th floor taller, is entirely too much. Thank you for your listening and your time. And I hope that this developer will come to us, if you don't make a decision today, and allow us to provide them with some guidance so that they can get their project through and they can get more support from others in the community where this historic development matters. Thank you.
Thank you for that context, Greta. I was part of what I was hoping to understand from the applicant is if there had been meaningful community engagement through you and other community organizations. That is really important, and something that this applicant clearly needs to engage in with all 3 organizations. Question for you though, for Greta, both Greta and Camille. Could you see this as a 5-story building with a slightly taller corner, or do you, it looks like right now, from what I'm seeing, we have 4 stories here with a penthouse, and then they're trying to express a corner. Or do you think 5 stories max should be it?
I'll say really quick, I think I see 5 stories with the retail at the bottom in a penthouse. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4 with housing, retail on the bottom at 5. I see it being like, I'm not quite sure how tall this building is, if you really want my honest opinion, because I heard 6, then I heard 7, and if I look at the picture that I'm looking at this on the screen now, it looks like it's 4 with a penthouse somewhat set, 5 with a penthouse somewhat set back. I don't know if it's another story on top of that recessed, story on the top, that recessed floor. I don't know if it's a story on top of that. Can someone help explain it? Because I really haven't had time to look at it, so.
Right. Yeah, I think we're all trying to digest it now for the first time. But because of the way the corner expresses itself, it doesn't read as a penthouse, really. It reads as the building extending up. But yeah, if the applicant could answer that. The question is your heights here, and if that top story we see is intended to be the penthouse, or if there's something above it?
Yes, so we are proposing a 6-story building plus a penthouse. So to the top of the 6th story is 65 feet, and there is a penthouse set further back. It's most visible in section. If you, Steve, if you just move up 1 or 2 more slides, that should be, yeah, right here would be the best way to articulate that.
But
So
Emily,
we have,
in that perspective, is it drawn and you just wouldn't see it?
that's the intention. If you go back to 2.17, you can see that it's in the elevations, but we've set back that penthouse significantly far back, that it was really intended to just be for access to a roof deck and mechanical space. There's currently we're proposing 1 studio unit up there as well, but the majority of that square footage for the penthouse is the 2 stairwells and elevator.
Okay.
All right. Other questions from the board? For either HAPS or the applicant?
Yeah, Emily, hi. Can you scroll back to the colored versions you were showing there? Somebody, Steve or somebody, yeah, okay, so that's the yellow one and that's the red one there, okay. And so what is that fin running up? Is that like a marquee or something on the corner there?
The intention was to sort of create a marquee at that corner, and really, activate the fact that this is a prominent corner condition.
How wedded are you guys to having that color be different on that
The
piece?
colors we are totally open to color suggestions. I personally gravitate more towards the red brick scheme.
What I was actually asking, go to the red one, is whether that sliver needed to be a different color,
Oh, the actual individual colors of each element, we can certainly go into that in more detail at some point, but we're not particularly wed to which color is shown where. We were just trying to articulate some breakdown of showing.
Yeah, because making that color so different, the pinkish color, really separates the 2 sides of the building from each other.
I see what you're saying.
Which I think you probably don't want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can certainly look at updating that fin condition, or trying to, maybe there's no fin at all and we just find a way to have that corner be more integrated of blending the 2 sides.
Yeah, that would be a good study to do. And is that pink color shown to be brick? Is that supposed to be brick?
Our understanding is that it would be a different color of brick, but a brick.
Okay. Be masonry of some sort. Okay.
Chairman Heath, I don't usually interrupt or come in. Would you allow me to answer your question?
Sure, yes, I'm glad you're speaking up to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because what I said is I didn't know, and then they explained that it was 6 and 7. So now I'd like to answer the question. You asked what would we prefer as HAPs and a community, and I'll be honest, I believe we would prefer a 4-story with the setback of the 5th or it being a penthouse. That's what we would prefer. However, I'm going to be totally honest. You approve something next door that is what? Is it 4 stories or 5? Whatever you approve next door, I'm having a feeling that they should at least, at a minimum, stay in stride with what is next door to them. And they should not be going higher. Okay? I think that's reasonable. I don't think we're overstepping our boundary by asking of that, but every time we keep getting these developers, one more step, one more story, it's just gonna be out of control. That's my answer to your question. It should be in stride and be complementary of height and massing and something with the building next door. It should not start reaching higher. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right. Other questions from the board? So in either case, with this coloration, are you intending that this is primarily a masonry building? It's just the color that varies?
We're proposing that it's primarily a masonry building, likely with some cast stone elements integrated into it as well, depending on once we start to refine the detailing. But that's our intention.
Did you?
I'd just like to comment a little bit about the height and about the uses and some of that outreach. We have been in the neighborhood. We've attended a handful of ANC meetings, both as observers and to meet people in the neighborhood. We've been doing that for, I think our first meeting was just about a year ago that we had attended and had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Wade, the founder of HABA, among other people in the neighborhood, and Mr. O'Keefe, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, however, had submitted, or my understanding is that he submitted written testimony. He is also a member of HABA, and we have discussed getting onto the agenda of HABA. My understanding is that the meeting times were not conducive to us getting on their agenda, but I'm not sure about the inner workings there. We are very much a part of, we are happy to be a part of the Anacostia community today as ownership, and would love to work with Camille and Greta and everyone that is a part of this process. The height and the density that we're seeking, as you can see from the building, it's a I don't want to I don't want to speak about the project too nicely, but I think that the Art Deco is very beautiful. The masonry is lovely. I think the architecture team did a great job with that. We did not shy away from that. We put in underground parking as well. We sought retail tenants that are mission driven, including Civic Suds, and Suited for Change, among other nonprofits in the city that do good work. And we're providing affordable housing on top. So all of this, all of these missions and all of these things that we're bringing are predicated on building something that is with the density and height that we're seeking. Otherwise, and we're not just seeking it out of nowhere. We looked at the comprehensive plan to find a suitable site within Anacostia for this, and we found this corner to be one that was particularly attractive because it's had so many issues in the past. We thought it could be something where we can really claim this corner for something good. So I just wanted to I know we're all well above and the time, and we're probably an hour behind, but just want to take a moment to put that out there.
Are you, in your request, will you be asking for zoning relief as well?
We will be seeking a map amendment, but not asking for zoning relief. So we won't be going, we will exceed the parking requirements. We do have 100+ letters of support. The only zoning relief that we may seek is pertaining to the loading dock requirement when you have 50+ units.
Back at submission.
In the concept as you're developing with this Art Deco style, did you look at opportunities to open up the first floor a little bit more too for any potential retail? It's a little solid compared to some of the other buildings in historic Anacostia.
Yeah, per the staff report, we do agree that the first floor could use some additional refinement to break it up and have a more open streetscape. I'm not sure we'll necessarily be able to add height to the first floor, given.
No, I'm not asking for height. Yeah.
Yeah, given the height constraints per zoning. But I think, we can certainly create a banding between the second floor and first floor that creates more of a foundational pediment to the building. And whether that's a change in material, larger windows, or, creating something that can certainly activate the streetscape, we would be open to exploring that further.
Yeah. Like perhaps that marquee that's over the awning that's over the door on the corner could be more of a marquee for the spire that you have on the corner. A little more prominent and stretching around the band, but there could be a number of things that you could do.
Okay. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, is the board ready to deliberate? Great. Anyone like to start?
I'm having a little bit of a hurdle just in general because this is the first time that I'm seeing this packet and it's not the packet that was in the box. And also hearing that they haven't had a lot of success in having conversations with the community yet makes me wonder about what everybody would think about deferring.
I'm already there. I'm there with you.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it may be helpful, and I don't know if you all have a position yet, but regarding the height, I think that's going to be one of the big questions here. And if we want to provide some guidance on that or on any other aspects of this, with the understanding that we're going to ask them to go back and do some more meaningful engagement with HAPS, HABA, and the ANC.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
No, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I liked the line I think that you were going down, Monique, when you're asking about some kind of tower element on the corner. And Matt, I think you asked that when we were reviewing a building at the corner of Good Hope and Martin Luther King, having sort of a tower or spire element to identify the corner. I think at that kind of height is appropriate, but I think the height that we looked at for the adjacent property and within the context of the historic district, that height, this is too tall. And so looking at reducing the levels, not going to the community to ask them, what do you think about this building, but, reducing it down, and bringing, and maybe having a stronger tower element on the corner, gives them some opportunity to have something that might work more compatibly within the context of the historic district. Well, one of the challenges, I feel like a broken record on this, but one of the challenges is that I think the guidelines with the revision of the comp plan and the expansion of development along this area of the Anacostia Historic District, the guidelines really need improvement on the updating for the retail commercial street frontage. The residential is very, very good. And then there's some small scale retail that's included, but not about this. And it ends up putting HAPs on the defensive in a way, but not being able to comment. When you ask Greta, how many stories would she like? They don't have a context or a framework, because we don't have a context or a framework to formally work within, other than what we've seen in the area and the site, and we're left to construct that ourselves. And I think it would help applicants when they come in, if they had that kind of framework, to know, we're looking for this kind of development, and these are the kinds of buildings that we think should maintain the context and could be supportable, within this community, would be really helpful, and expedite people's time in developing projects too.
I'm probably a little bit less troubled overall on the height than others, but I can concede the points. I can understand why you're making those points. It's a little bit less of an issue for me, but I do think one possibility to consider for the architect to consider is, I really like the height on the corner there, and I do wonder whether, if you took the 3 bays to the right and the left of the corner element and just pushed them back 10 or 15 feet and made terraces of those units there, whether you might have something pretty interesting, which would be a building that could have this very important corner nailed down with some height there, but also as it steps down, as it goes to either of the streets on either side. That might be something to consider, to modulate, to sort of craft the height a little bit more, to model it a little bit more. I actually think it's a nice project. I think I agree with the folks that have praised it for the Art Deco character. I agree with the staff report about the base could be opened up a little bit more and things, but I think it's really trending in a nice direction. And I think, the colors aside, we were talking about earlier, I think the changing the color in the middle there tends to separate the two sides from each other, which is not where I think you want to go. But I think there's a lot of things that are working well. And, aside from the fact that the community does need to sort of have a bit more of a kind of dialogue with you all about this, I think the general approach in terms of the style and the sort of vertical, the way that vertical piece reads on either side, the symmetry around the corner and all that, I think it's potentially very nice.
Yeah, I agree. I think architecturally, this is trending in a really nice direction. I agree with Haps that the Art Deco motif here is right and nice. I think, a strong corner will be really welcome here, and it's part of what the concept is suggesting right now. But I think it's going to be pretty tough to accept a 6-story corner with a penthouse. I think 5 stories at the corner with a 4-story step down is going to be probably as far as I think we should go, but I think we should look at it. We were going, and I see you look perplexed. You're not able to talk during our deliberation, but you'll have opportunity to work with staff. When we were going through it was like 6 reviews with the applicant on the neighboring building, it felt like we were really pushing the limits, accepting a 4-story with a 5th floor penthouse. And now we're talking about a 6-story building with a 7th floor penthouse. And so it just feels like we've pushed too far. But again, I think this is something that should be studied and discussed with HAPS and other community organizations, and then brought back to us. But I think overall, this is moving in a positive direction.
So Marty, you said something that made me think of something else too, because I think some of our comments are directed towards the developer and the architect, but also to HAPS as well, which is that we keep seeing these projects. I mean, it seems like a little bit of Groundhog Day. We keep having these conversations about 2 and 3 stories versus these taller projects, which obviously are designed to meet the need for housing, and people are trying very hard to make them compatible in Anacostia. And we know that Anacostia is one of the hot places to grow in the city, and by and large, that's a good thing. I would continue to encourage the HAPS people to just, set aside their previous prejudices before. And, I think about, if buildings were a little bit taller, what would be the characteristics you would want of them? In other words, if you just had that conversation among yourselves and said, okay, if we're going to look at between 4 and 6 stories and a number of these things, what are the things we would want these buildings to do? So that it's not a conversation of Anacostia's 2 and 3 stories, and therefore we find this building problematic. It's more a conversation of, okay, this is a taller building, and if we're going to have a taller building here in Anacostia, here are the characteristics which we think it needs to embrace. I think that's going to get us a lot further in these discussions.
I agree with you, Matt. That's why I keep asking for the update of the guidelines, because the guidelines will take the comp plan into consideration, which has this heightened density. So it'll be a more effective tool, I think.
Yeah, it would be really helpful for us. All right. So I think that's where we'll leave it for today, and have this come back to us with further revisions and significant community engagement. All right.
But trending in the right direction.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Have a good weekend, everyone. We'll see you later this month.
Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye.